use like a streaming software like what I used to use when we were all together or something along those lines. At any rate, hello and welcome to Probability of Demise. Oh, people, oh, to dice.
Oh, we're live.
It's been a month. We've all forgotten how to do this.
We are.
I didn't even
catch that.
It's the countdown.
I heard you say. I heard you count down, and then I was like, "Oh, are they going to start it?" Smart. I am smart.
So, welcome to Probability of Demise, our lovely, fun D&D role-playing game in the new year, 2023. Welcome to you all. We will be back in just a moment after this brief message from our sponsor. Oh, wait, we don't have one of those yet. Musical transition to the swamp. Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Since I could remember how to roll dice.
I didn't grab dice.
What? What has happened to you people? I leave you alone.
I'm staying on brand. I
was like,
very true.
Oh, you know what? To be honest, no, there they are. To be honest, it has been a while. We were on a nice little siesta, which was, I'm sorry to say this to anybody who actually really enjoyed the downtime. I really missed this. This is a hallmark of my week and it makes me happy. So I'm really glad we're back. Hello, gentle beings of Dice. I am Rurik, and you're listening to Probability of Demise. We are a group of storytellers who use Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition to provide rules and structure to Atland, a world of our own making. Atland exists on a version of Earth thousands of years into the future, an octopolar planet. Look it up, it's science, whose residents barely remember the natural and man-made disasters that once left their world nearly uninhabitable. This is a world far different from the one you know today, a world of new magics and ancient spells, young gods and primordial deities. Thank you for coming with us as we explore it together today. Together today. Now, it has been a half a minute since last time we broadcast live and since we posted things. So if we could just do what we've been doing and introduce ourselves.
Hello.
Okay.
No, me.
Nope. By all means, go.
Hello.
Yes, Rudolph's mom.
I am no longer Rudolph's mom. I am back in my own world. I am Jessica. Hello. And I will be voicing, portraying, controlling Tanzanite.
You will be the hand up Tanzanite. Never mind.
Yes.
The grand Tanzanite.
Tanzanite is a very tall, beautiful, elven goddess of death.
Goddess of death. Goddess of death.
Goddess of death.
Who continues to try to work through her classist views. And she's doing better, slowly but surely. That's all I got.
Hello. I'm Jason. I play Asher. Asher is a poet of some renown now at this point. Mostly known for his adventuring and not so much his poetry, but he does have a small cult following around the world at this point for his poetic skill in haiku, which is what he uses to cast all his spells. And he's just out there loving life, adventuring with his friends, and right where he wants to be. So
awesome. So wholesome.
I'm Larissa. I play Trixie. She's an anthropomorphic red squirrel. She is a monk, so she likes to dash in and hit things
Whack things.
very, very whack. Hit things very fast, very hard, and then dash out. Usually, trying to. Yeah, that's it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So we may not have any announcements, but I will throw that out there because who knows? Maybe
I have an announcement.
yes.
We have merch. Look.
We do.
Merch.
Yep.
Merch.
So if you would
Merch
like your
alert.
own,
Merch alert.
if you would like to support our podcast, you can get t-shirts and a bunch of other things from this link that I am dropping in all the chats.
Yeah.
And then so we'll also put that in the show notes. It is right now we're doing TeePublic. We'll see how that works out. We may change our vendor at some point if we end up not liking it, but
Thank you for your support, Andy.
yeah, just something thanks, Andy. Andy bought a shirt. But yeah, that's just something new we're trying out. So yeah, check it out.
Yeah. Fun so far. I ordered, it did not arrive yet. So I'm actually very excited because I went a little bit nuts. I decided I needed to have a coffee cup and a hoodie.
I love that though.
So
Every week it's just
Yay.
going to be Rurik in like head to toe
just
POD.
like covered in
POD gear, stickers all along the wall behind them.
I would totally enjoy that way too much.
I wonder what this.
so-
I haven't actually ordered the stickers. I wonder how big they are because I could put one on my microphone right here.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. So welcome. Any other announcements?
Yeah.
Go.
Stonewall Chorale's upcoming March concert is March 25th. We'll be performing the 3-movement piece Considering Matthew Shepard. It's a 3-part oratorio that commemorates that will commemorate the 25th anniversary of Matthew Shepard's death. The dramatic score tells the story of a young gay college student from Laramie, Wyoming, who was beaten, tortured, tied to a fence, and left to die. Employing a variety of musical styles, including gospel, traditional hymns, blues and folk, and simple yet poignant melodies of the score hold an appeal to all listeners. So, if you are in the New York area towards the end of March and you want to come see us, please visit stonewallchorale.org/buy-tickets and you can get tickets.
March on over to that web address. Get tickets for the March. I'm done.
If you are not able to, sorry, I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm
Do
not. It's the worst.
To sneeze or not to sneeze? That is the question.
Stuck right there. If you are unable to attend, but you would still like to support the chorale, you can donate from the same website, stonewallchorale.org. Every little bit helps towards going towards our concerts, paying the musicians, paying for rehearsal spaces, and being able to do, really meaningful works like this one. So
Paying me. Just kidding. I don't get paid.
Yeah. That Matthew Shepard is 25 years now. That was a formative experience in my life. Okay.
sorry, I know it's a serious it's a serious topic, so I didn't prepare you. Sorry.
And now we're all sad, Larissa. We're gonna log out.
Sorry.
Yeah. So to bring some joy to your life, go and pick up some Probability of Demise merch. And then if you can't make it to New York, maybe send a donation, but definitely support the things that are going on. And I just got to not talk because this is going to stick in my brain for way too long. And instead, I will move us along the trajectory of our trajectory. Is that a thing? And the trajectory of our trajectory. And we will move on to Jess's favorite part of the day, the word of the day.
Word of the day.
Word of the day.
The word of the day is, it's kind of lame, but
It's kind of lame. Lame is not a lame word. Lame is fun.
sparklers
Hey.
Sparklers.
for New Year's.
Aw. Do you have a definition, additional information like you usually do, or are we just going to sit and enjoy about sparklers?
I forgot that part.
You got
was-
so sophisticated recently.
Something white phosphorus, something.
What is the scientific composition of a
Let's
real
see.
good sparkler?
Sparklers. A handheld firework that emits sparks.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I wish I had
you
one
know-
that just hold up right now.
I know that my Google sees me as a dark human being because when I type in sparklers, the first thing it comes up with is sparklers accident statistics. So in 2021, just so you know, there were 11,000 accidents and injuries treated at emergency departments involving sparklers. That's where I need to stop Googling everything, anything. Thank you, sparklers. Ooh, that might be a tough one to roll into this session. So that might be a fun one for somebody to get some inspiration for.
I was wrong. It's not white phosphorus, which makes sense because I'm pretty sure that would burn a lot more holes and things.
That would be probably pretty dangerous. We are now going to roll for the commercial unless that's being dropped. Are we dropping that, Jason?
Oh no.
No. We don't.
I know.
we
I
don't
love
have a
how I
sponsor.
answered for him.
I'm still begging for a sponsor. We get a sponsor, and I'll stop doing it.
Or no. Get a sponsor, and then that could be the commercial.
Ooh.
They could be
Sponsor us,
featured.
and I will write your commercial each week in 15 minutes during a break.
That's dangerous and hilarious.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh,
He's starting the new year off right or bad?
y'all are dying today.
I got a 16.
No.
I got a natural 20.
Hey.
I got 4.
I was gonna say if I get the low roll with a 16, I'm gonna be pissed.
Ooh. I got 9, so I'm not the last.
I forgot what each of these things mean because it's been a while.
I think that the top roll gets to pick whether they want to
Pick the
pick
topic or
the
read.
thing or to read it. So whichever you choose, I get the other one.
I find joy in Larissa reading, but I also find joy in making Larissa think of things on the last minute. So I think today's the last minute time. And I'll do my best by the reading. But
Ooh.
do we get to like the consequences for not thinking fast? Like it's some sort of horrible, terrible, monstrous horribleness?
What?
What's the opposite of DM inspiration?
Disadvantage?
Oh no.
What about
It's the
scented candles that can restore, this is a D&D product, scented candles that can restore health points if you sit and meditate while and use them while you're meditating.
so like short rest candles or something like that.
Yeah.
Like they boost the hit dice that you roll or something.
Yeah, or you don't have to use hit dice or something. I don't know. I was trying to think of maybe food scented, but I know they already do that in real life and it's weird, but
That's so cool.
Rick's I want to make
What was
that
that?
object
You
now.
were watching Wednesday. What was it? The steak tartare candle?
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Well, I'm fully you joking we're about to make it right now. I'm like,
I'm gonna
I'm trying to
stumble
figure out
upon
how
it.
to plop this into this current scenario. I'm trying to. Is there a reason that could be existing? And does it always have to be good? Could it be bad?
Rotten egg candle.
Well, the sulfur candle. Ooh, nasty. Great. So that's something I get to look forward to reading later on. But right now, let's roll for the commercial. Not the
No,
commercial.
recap.
Roll for the
Recap.
Roll for recap.
Roll for recap. Roll
Oh, you are
for
all dying
recap.
today. You are all
Is that
dying.
another one?
I just rolled a 17, which is so close to the same thing that it doesn't even matter. You're all dead.
Oh, why? I rolled a 4. Every time.
I also rolled a 4.
Oh, rollies!
So roll again, Jess, and see what happens.
Now I rolled a 5.
Oh, you got a 1 in 4 chance.
A 9.
Lose to a fucking 9. What? All right, I quit. Bye. All right. We went in a hole and then we looked at stuff. The end. Okay, so we went. My problem is like when we have these gaps, I don't remember where the previous episode ended and where we.
It ended on a cliffhanger. I remember that.
What was the cliffhanger? Because maybe I could pick it up from there.
Well, no, because you have to
I can
work
help
your way
you with
back.
that.
Oh,
How did
and
we
you can-
wait,
start?
wait.
I remember a lot. I just don't remember how
Okay,
we
so we went into
started.
the. We went into the base.
By
We started
convincing the guy
outside
to
the
let us
gate.
into the thing.
Yeah,
Okay. Yep.
Okay. We got the guy to let us into the. We rolled well on our charisma checks and got like the dumb gate guard to let us in.
We meaning you.
Yeah, and then he took us to a big domed thing that was like a giant hot tub that heals you, kind of like it fills up with like this weird red
Oh,
liquid.
he
Or
full
I
on
feel
idiot mode
refreshed.
took
Yeah.
you to the place he was least supposed to take you. First thing.
Tanzanite and I had our first date inside the healing thing,
Inside the healing hot tub.
and then Trixie stood outside, and then we went to meet with the leaders and found out that they were like running from the dragons, and convinced them that we could help them, and they're really interested in the alliance. And then they asked us if we would go down and look at like the inner workings of the magic hot tub, and it's definitely not a hot tub. That's just what I'm calling it. But yeah, so like then we started to go, or they showed us like the entrance to go down into like the labs and stuff underneath, and like we started just kind of door kicking each like door that we came across and like going inside and looking at we found a book. Trixie found like a book on martial arts, I think. There was another book that I don't remember what it was. And then we found as we went in, there was something about like Trixie got scanned and it labeled her as like one of the research species that they were researching in this lab. And essentially like we found more the lab floor, and we were about to go into the lab where essentially maybe Trixie was made, I think, or Trixie's species was made. So I think
yeah, I'll pick up a little bit there just because I do know it's been a while. So yeah, you have kind of gone down this corkscrewing spiral staircase that to our modern day sensibilities would be the back exit. This is like the emergency roof
fire escape.
access for a building. It is not necessarily intended to be the main entry, but it is the entry that you have access to based on how things have settled and been destroyed and or preserved in this old building that once sat upon ice and now has sunken into what Antarctica became, which is Atland and the swamp in this particular location. And this sunken space, you've gone down this corkscrewing spiral staircase, and that was literally the floor of the hot tub, or the nanite pneumatic
forgot about the
re-expression machine.
nanites. That's right.
Fun nerdy things that I made up names for that I never got to say because they weren't necessary. And so you've gone down into this space, and then you finally, after, of course, she was scanned, it said the information had been sent to a printing device down below in Lab 5. And you kind of went down, you went into a repository, which was labeled resources, where there were many bins, like in a mortuary style setup, individually enclosed, and you opened 2 of them. Stepping back out, you went down further, and down the stairs, and you came upon the spaces that were labeled labs, and research labs, and you went down and through that space, and you came into one space where Asher actually tried going into just a random one just to check it out, and quickly withdrew, realizing that it was locking him in unless he backed out. And then you moved down and you got down to the correct one, or at least the one that had been mentioned by the strange robotic voice that still, for some reason, is holding up through all these centuries. And in this new space, you decided that rather than one person stepping forward, all three of you were going to enter together. And I believe that you're on the cusp of that decision. You've all three stepped in. The door behind you has closed. And then I stopped because that was fun.
And you're a butt.
And Trixie was
And-
worried that we're going to look at her differently when we figure out that her species was made in the lab or something. But
Very much
we
so.
assured her
Very
that
much
was
so.
not the case.
As you
Oh, my boy.
experience this, the machine voice had already mentioned that it couldn't provide decontamination procedures. And you notice that the windows aren't windows in this space because they've flickered to life. And grainy, distorted images, a crack crosses much of what turns out to be a screen, distorts the image and creates some strange shapes and colors. And you see a face of an individual, not terribly unlike Trixie's face, speaking directly to the camera, but no sound issues forth. It flickers again, and another screen pops up, and another being, a being that looks to have grayish skin and large ears, speaks directly to the camera as well. Both wear lab coats. And in the top left corner, you see a flashing red symbol appear. It's grainy and distorted, but it looks like a box, an empty box. And as that last grainy red symbol disappears, the lights flicker and go out. The screens go dark. And the door in front of you, almost as if with the power going out, so too went the magnetic locks that were holding them shut. And you hear as the door in front of you opens. The door behind you remains closed. And you hear additional either echoes or replications of the sound of doors opening. And in this pitch black, which for all of you, even those of you with dark vision or goggles on your head, is such an abrupt change. But it takes you a moment. The little fires or the little magical globules that Asher had created before spark back to life almost automatically to compensate. And you can see the strange plascrete material paving the way forward into this darkened space. The room that you're in has a table and some old equipment of some sort and the cracked screens. But other than that, you can try to turn around and break down the door that remains shut, or you can venture forward into the space that you were directed to in the beginning. It's up to you.
I'm going to reconfigure my dancing lights to go down the hallway for as far as they can reach, just to see what's there.
The dancing lights lurch forth, and there's almost this moment as they first go through that open doorway where there's a reflection up above. And then as they move further away, that reflection shifts and changes. So you catch sight of something that's just above this door, and they move further down the space, and you intend for this to be traversing a hallway, and instead it's a large open area. divided by strange material crisscrossing in a grid-like pattern. It is an open office.
The worst kind of office. No, I will.
A bullpen. It is the bullpen.
Ah.
I'm not a fan of the open office concept, but that's a different discussion. I will. I'm gonna say, well, big creepy room. What could go wrong? And then I'm just gonna like walk forward into it.
You walk forward and Tanzanite and Trixie, if you have your goggles on, I don't know, do you have your goggles on or not?
If it went dark, I would have, yeah.
Yeah. As Asher moves forward with those what I'm calling fairy lights, but that's not what they are, with the dancing lights moving forward. As Asher walks under, you catch again a reflection or a glint from something up above, and then it's just a space that I believe your dark vision extends 60 feet, right? It's enormous, but there is a wall about 50 feet away. Just kind of on the edges of your vision, you can see that there's a wall and several doors and spaces beyond.
I'm gonna walk. Is there like what's in the middle of the room? Is it like little desks or tables?
At a quick glance, you gather that the center of the room is a kind of a crossroads between this grid pattern, and there's a bunch of things there. Could you go ahead and roll me a history check based on your previous experience spelunking and see if you're able to identify?
That's a nat 20.
Some of the material here, not things you've experienced before, but you gather that these are
So that's a
ancient
31
relics.
total, by the way. No big deal.
So painful. Jesse likes the power. You garner, Asher, that there are some other artifacts of ancient work that makes little sense to your day-to-day life. But one object that you've seen here, because it's been such an object of fascination, is this thing, ancient mythical device called a printer. And the reason why it garners such fascination for you is that you have occasionally gathered materials from one of these in one of the sites that you were at, and that those materials were brilliant. And there were so many copies of the same piece. It was such a great moment that you considered for the first time what would happen if you had your own personal way of replicating your work and sending it out amongst the world.
Well, for now, I'm going to dig into one of my many pockets of my new coat, jacket, armor thing, and take out a little phosphorescent moss and like set it on there, and then just like cast light on the printer. So 20 feet bright light and 20 feet dim light beyond that.
Casting light immediately makes apparent to all of you, especially as that draws your attention and maybe blinds you for a moment as your dark vision.
I was
shifts
just gonna
and
say,
comes back,
ow!
is
Warn
that
someone when you're gonna do
there's
that. Jesus.
the magic of that casting almost lifts up for a moment some light sheafs of paper that seem to have been freshly laid on the top of the printer bed.
Ooh. I'm going to touch it. See if it crumbles.
Touch it. It's got the same plasticky feel as you remember from one of the earliest books you found that was so pristine that nobody believed you that you had found it in an ancient site.
Okay. Also, just sorry, with the size of the room, I'm going to, with that spell in the middle, I'm going to throw my 4 dancing lights into the 4 corners of the room.
Okay. Yeah, and with that, the space is fairly well lit. You can see the grid-like pattern. If there's anything in particular anybody's looking for, you can roll a perception check for
I'm going
that.
to take that paper, put it in my bag.
Yeah, even as you pick it up and you look at it, and you can see that it has some stranger words, but they fit the theme of what you've been hearing as you've been going through. It says genetic history output as a big title at the top.
Oh, so this is like printed stuff and not blank paper?
It's not blank paper. It's clearly written on, and actually now that you held it in your hand, it's warm.
It was just printed.
I mean, I get that, but Asher doesn't get that.
Oh.
Um,
Well, the way you asked. And you're like, oh, it's not blank.
I'm going to smell it.
Can I look around? I want to follow him. Go in the room.
You
And
see him licking and sniffing this stack of something.
I just go, ugh. And Jessica knows them as like filing cabinets, but
Oh, they probably
Is
don't
that,
look too
like-
dissimilar to ones that you may have seen in the ancient reliquaries of your houses of worship. Filing cabinets last forever.
perfect. Yeah. I basically want to just like
Dented, banged up, impossible to open, but they
see
last.
if I could find something that says like squirrel, humanoid, squirrels. Like,
So you're kind of like looking through the different cubicles and such.
yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Unless
roll
there
an
is
invest-
like obvious like shelving, like filing cabinets.
It would
Otherwise,
definitely
then-
be within one of the cubicles. There isn't like a. This is a research lab. It's not. Probably back in the days when it was first created, very little of the information was kept in a hard copy format. Most of it would have been digitized, but
Mhm.
people have their own personal records and everything like that. So as you kind of like look around the space, there aren't filing cabinets
Mhm.
around the room, but there are filing cabinets and such in each little cubicle. So why don't you go ahead and roll an investigation check as you kind of
I want to go
Peruse.
specifically to the 6th cubicle.
okay, the 6th cubicle, that will lower the DC for whatever you find there, but it means it's specific to that 6th cubicle.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm feeling it.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a dice for this now too.
And I'm doing investigation? No, insight. No. What am I doing?
I got 20 in my roll.
Investigation.
Investigation.
Oh yeah. Investigation. You too can get a copy of Investigation. When
Just go
we
over to the
record it.
copier in the middle of the room.
Okay, so you ready for this?
Yeah.
19.
What a grand confluence. I rolled
Oh
a
no.
luck roll to see whether or not this particular space would have what you wanted. And in my brain, I was like, all right, 10 and above, this has what she wants. 10 and below, it doesn't, but then she has to roll high enough to actually understand it. I rolled a nat 20. In my head, it's going like, okay, so she rolls like a 15 or below. She's going to like see that there's stuff, but maybe not understand it all and need some help. She rolls above that, like let's say to 18, like she really gets into some of this and realizes this is a trove of the information. And higher than that, well, I know her intelligence isn't like ridiculously high, but it's not bad. So she could get, higher. So 19 to 20, I'll say she really digs in and immediately picks up the exact right thing. And above 20, I'll just have to give her something special on top, like a big bouquet.
So I didn't get that, but
I like how it's
You
like,
get-
how will we ever search this whole room? Oh, here it is.
2023,
it's
guys,
legit.
go with your
That's
gut
what's happening.
feelings.
That's
I was like,
if
it's
she-
in the 6th cubicle. It's gonna be great.
turn left. Always go left. It's always to the left. like a homing missile.
My
Casually
shadows
walking
told
by,
me.
looking down. Ooh, even better. Like the shadows just kind of gathered there under once. Like they were in your head for a moment, and then they went, "Oh, we know what she's looking for. Let's make this the darkest part of this brightly lit room."
Shadow number
And-
4 was like, I used to work here in 1997. It's right there.
97, eh?
Oh,
Yep.
I'm going with that. I'm going with that because that
That's
fits the
Todd's cubicle.
Shadow 4, aka Todd, who you've always
Oh.
thought like had a little bit of a fuzzy complexion, maybe a little furry. You go over there, and in the cubicle, you can first thing you make out is a picture frame, and there is a squirrel being with a apparently spouse and 2 small squirrel children.
Aw.
And they aren't exactly like Trixie's people. But if you imagined the steps along the lines that would have to be taken, these would have been some early transitions from a human like Asher to a being like Trixie.
Mhm.
And right there on top of the desk with your 19 is the summation of the research pathway, where they were seeking to find ways to make people adaptive to the various environments that they predicted would be the result of the current calamities. This portfolio of information is stamped on top with top secret confidential. And you can see little sticky notes that somehow are still sticking, despite what we know is the proclivity of every sticky note to fall off. But you rolled a 19 and I rolled a 20.
It's super glue.
It's a really stuck sticky note. Todd was not into sticky notes that fell
Falling
off.
slipping.
He nailed those suckers down.
Todd was a little OCD. He just
Pristine, well organized, but paper still left on top of the keyboard. Really probably drove him crazy that he had to leave him there in the last minutes of whatever was going on.
Meanwhile, Tanzanite's like, I found something, but we don't have clearance. I'm sorry.
But yeah, there's this portfolio of information that shows the history of not just folks as you kind of just peruse the first page, as you see other terms on the top piece. You see, let's see here. You see things listed, radicalizing dwarfism rate traits towards a greater adaptability, enhancing primordial scales on early birth projections to protect and better support life. You see one about increased layers on the outside for various creatures, and there's different trials listed under that. Fur, scales is again mentioned there, feathers, and various things like this is a list of experiments that you all have kind of a vague idea of what the idea of like genetics is and propagation, because farmers are farmers. Varied people are varied people. There are various opportunities where some of the various peoples of your current people have created families together that weren't from the same genetic background. And while the resultant offspring often came true to one parent or the other, you do see that there's like this piece to it. And the more you look through, the more information you pull out. Nothing on your people, Tanzanite. Your people are disturbingly absent from this. Other people that are disturbingly absent is the people that you've been teamed up with for a long time. The smaller folk, those folks that have taken to the underground so successfully, the gnomish and the furbolgs, or the cartbolds as they like to be called. But there's information on various adaptations that were tried. There's apparently a little piece on adding prehensile limbs and the tragedies and successes of those with tails and other adaptations that have been tried. But as you kind of like look through this, the original research was on adult humans and grafting and changing their genetics. And then they had children. And these folk were shipped down here at some point, just kind of following the history of this. In brief, looking literally through the table of contents, you get the idea that they took over their own research. Somewhere along the lines, they were the research subject and shifted from subject to researcher and started seeking to protect and care for their own futures. Some sought to reverse the changes and some sought to accentuate them.
Mm-hmm.
It's, at first glance, pretty horrific thinking about what was done. But then as you go further into it, it becomes clear that the folk who came to be in charge, came to be the ones doing the different processes, they're all a little bit mad. Their ideas a little bit crazy, but they were progressively more and more responsible for their own things. And sometimes you, as just like looking through the stable contents, you're like, these people might have been really scary. Like this is, they're doing things that you don't think your people today or Trixie's people today or Asher's people today would think were okay. And that's just the table of contents to a rather thick folio.
The executive summary.
With a lot of strange markups and information. And it's even stranger to you is like, this isn't written in that ancient language that only Asher seems to get. This is written in your original dialect, the Sylvan tongue. These aren't words of the ancient languages of the people here. This is not locally written. At some point, someone of your people must have gotten involved.
What language did the thing print in that I have?
The thing that you picked up, it was written in the ancient language. It seems like everything that wasn't anything that went to from what you can understand of this and just like looking around the room, anything that would have been mass generated came out of that ancient language, but everything that just like even glancing over at the nearest cubicle is written in a different tongue. Something that's not of ancient Atland.
I want to pop my head up and be like, Trixie, the file.
I'm still like in the doorway. I'm like kind of frozen. Like my heart's like up here, and I'm just kind of like.
As you're not deep into this space and your heart's up in your throat, you kind of have a better observational point. I know what everybody's passives are, but because this is currently beyond passives, could you just roll a perception check, Trixie?
Oh,
Just a broad overview.
The computer that I'm in front of is a mimic.
14.
14. Okay, cool.
I would like to poke at the printer and see if Asher can find the drawer that has the blank paper so that he can take the paper.
Raiding the paper. Go ahead and roll an investigation check to see if you're able to figure out which drawer works.
Oh yeah, we got it. Oh yeah.
I'd say
21.
Oh yeah, you it's not even like a poking. You just look
find
to
the
see
boxes next to it.
it's literally got the scoop symbol that we have on all those printers these days with the little sheets of paper, and you're like, that looks like what it is. Click, pop, it pops open. There's a stack of paper there, and as you do that, you knock over a sheaf of paper that's still in its paper encasement. The paper encasement being slightly rotted and falling apart, while the paper within smooth and pristine as the plasticine paper is.
Okay, I'm gonna take like a couple sheets of paper, put them in my bag.
All right.
Gotta
Yeah.
Keep
Go
them
ahead.
journals coming.
Yeah. Go ahead and add. What is it? What is a sheaf of paper these days?
500 a sheaf.
Yeah, it's 500. So yeah, write 1,000 pieces of paper in your inventory. All right.
Oh, paper, one sheet is in.
Yep.
D&D Beyond.
Now
There
add
we go.
1,000 of those.
It's going to be way heavier than this paper,
Yeah.
but you can just. We know how much 2 sheets of paper weigh. They don't weigh what parchment weighs in D&D.
Nope, it has no weight.
Okay, good. That's lovely.
The limit
Thanks,
does not
D&D.
exist.
There is no limit to paper. You can have it all.
1,000.
Can you just imagine, like, that's the new weapon in D&D? Like, I've got a bajillion pieces of paper because I can carry as much as I want. I'm going to throw it at you. The paper wizard doesn't actually have magic, just those sheets of paper.
Or maybe paper airplanes because they're pointy.
Stab your eyes.
I'm a
Piercing
poke you.
damage. Blood damage. Make a ball. Funk. Okay.
I'm gonna I'm gonna woodenly walk over to Tanzanite because it's on the verge of like a panic attack where your extremities start to get like tingly and you're just like not sure what to do and you're like overstimulated even though there isn't like a ton going on.
Yeah. You just are you're there's a lot of emotional nervousness in your crossing, and yeah, you
As that goes
Yes.
on, I'm just going to start rifling through desks and stuff randomly.
okay.
Trixie,
You roll an investigation check while Tanzanite and Trixie.
do you speak Sylvan?
That's a good question.
15.
I do not.
Okay, good. You can hold on to that for us for a bit if you want. This might
What-
help us.
What is it?
It talks about the things they were looking into of helping people survive the climate and the landscape of what they thought would be left. So maybe kind of how your people came about. Maybe.
Okay.
At first, they were afraid. They were petrified. Sorry.
But yeah, look. And I point to the photo of the squirrels.
It's weird because
Trixie, you know your people. The relationship is distant,
yeah.
but you can see the traits.
It's weird.
Every
It's like,
once in a while.
I mean, you know where you come from. You know, you have your mom, your dad, and your relatives. But I never really had to think about like where we came from.
Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to change what you think or feel. You're still you no matter where people thousands of years came from. It's part of you, but it doesn't have to be an important part if you don't want it to be.
I don't know. It's still our history. don't know, I guess either way, they should know, for better or for worse, probably. Although whatever they did. So, and I turned to Asher and I go, so just so I understand, before all of this, the people I came from looked like you, right?
I don't know. I don't. Have I seen like pictures in old books of like
You
crowds
have.
and people and like
You have.
Times Square or something that like I would know that everybody looked
I would
certain
say
way.
at a quick thing you have. Could you just go ahead and roll an insight check though?
17.
You have, but those people never looked quite right. They don't have quite the same features you have. There are things that happened to even pure humans that were not tampered with, that make you as alien to those ancient peoples as Trixie might be to those people.
I say that. I communicate that to Trixie. That everybody was different back then, and
everybody was different from how we are now, but everybody was the same then, right?
I mean, people
Maybe
had
we're more
different
like
color skins and different color hair
nature
and
now.
different heights and weights and sizes, and
Yeah, but I don't know. It just,
some people had beards and some people didn't have beards, and
I mean, if you look at like, I don't know, birds, there are, hundreds and hundreds of different types of birds, but they're all still birds. But like, a pelican looks different than I don't know if I know what these are, so if I don't, stop me. But a pelican will look
there's
different
definitely
than
a bird that is now called a pelican that wasn't maybe before, but is now.
The quick birds that like
hummingbirds.
Yeah, they're both birds, but they're vastly different birds. So maybe.
I don't know. I guess it's just it just all felt before it felt like very separated. Like you look like you, Asher looks like Asher, and I look like me. So I guess in my head, I just thought that we all like, came from our people, and all of our people just came from different areas. But it makes me wonder about what, like, I understand they were trying to adapt, but
how much of that do we know that like about the climate disaster and like all of the man-made disasters and like all the things that led to them needing to go to these extremes?
I mean,
you do, right?
You know quite a bit from the history that you've pulled up, but it's been like you can document the changes based on what you found in various texts. But the people living in those times weren't historians, and they weren't documenting them purposefully. They were trying to survive them. So just like today, we don't often document events until much later. But by the time much later came, there was a huge disaster. There wasn't the infrastructure that supported longevity in plasticine papers and plascrete and all the other things that have stayed around. See, these ancient relics, they stuck around because they were made of things that could stick around for a long time. But in the as what were inconvenience is layered up from inconvenience to destruction of their world, of infrastructure changes, of a global ice age. The fallback in technology was too swift. The strange creatures born out of badly thought out labs, the explosions that occurred, the fallout from various attempts at rectifying, let's warm the climate by setting off a few nukes, did nothing to help create solid documentation. So there's a gap. There's mystery. And folk like you, Asher, might be the ones to fill that gap, but it's going to be those filling in a gap, taking ancient artifacts and making assumptions about how things moved on from that point. Other folk that you've interacted with, I would say, Tanzanite's folk in particular, and other folk like her folk, you've all kind of gathered that they didn't come from here. Something happened that they came here from a different place. Many folk up until this discovery here that you're witnessing together, the three of you, assume Trixie's folk came from a similarly different place. Just like Trixie's describing this idea of she came from a folk that had a history as a folk. This is disturbing that image.
I worry about that, and I hold up the folio, and I'm worried about what lengths people had to go to make this happen. And if people would try to do that again without it being a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because I'm thinking of the good intentions that I had with my syrup tonics and all of that just being taken over and monopolized into, essentially a stay awake drug for military troops and stuff like that. I think we should look through this before we share it with anyone else and be very, very careful.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I told Miss M a long time ago to keep the laboratory notes that we gave her a secret, because I think we don't have the scientific knowledge and technology that they used to have anymore. And I think we end up with scary glowing wolves and things that because people don't know what they're doing and they're just applying these practices liberally with no understanding. So I think, we definitely have to be careful.
And I'm just I
think we can explain its place in history without telling people how to do it, I guess. Or
yeah.
I mean, even those lineages and those.
That's an evil look. I don't like that look.
Keep going.
Like those lineages that, your people come from a place and Tanzanite people come from a place and my people come from a place. Those are still true. I mean, this was thousands of years ago. It's not necessarily shaking up what we believe. It's just giving us a view into our history further back.
As this conversation is unfolding, all of your passives are ridiculously high, and I finally rolled low enough. You hear
nice humble brag.
I have legitimately, this is like a TPK day if we go into battle.
Oh no.
I've had so many high rolls. It's been great. You finally hear this noise from deeper beyond the wall that is there. Now, Asher, you rolled a 15, and as you were kind of coming up and engaging this conversation, you lift up a couple of sheets of paper, and it says at the top of it, and this is why you grab these sheaves of this expensive paper at the time that a certain person can't afford to buy when they really want it because it's really cool, fun paper to use. But you hold up this sheaf of paper that it looks like an interdepartmental memo, but what it is a summary of research throughout the complex. And that the work in this room, in this space, was a tiny fraction of it. And you see something on interdimensional collider research. You see something on nanite research. You see something on measuring the properties of the astrophysics gateway. And you see something on maintaining support for the, what strange term it is to you all, the spacefaring astronaut crew. All of this is just kind of like a mix of things that have been kind of headquartered here, possibly in the last days of the peoples of Earth. And it's quite extensive. But as you kind of like pick up that sheaf of information that you rolled a 15 for, you hear deeper in this set of the office complex, in this particular lab, a loud thunking sound beyond that wall. And I think any of you, especially with the lights lit up, you can make out that those doorways on the other side, one of them has a lot of text on it. There's definitely a large sign that seems pretty forbidding. It's got that same Triskelion image on it, and you guess that the sounds are coming from beyond that door. The last time you went to a place with a Triskelion design, there was a lot of them, and the world shifted.
Just a scotch.
I'm gonna go look at the sign and be like, "Oh no, this again." If I open this door and we lose 30 years, I'm gonna be pissed.
The sound comes again from beyond that space.
Is it like rhythmic, or is it like someone knocking or banging?
It echoes strangely, so it's hard to figure out. It's definitely not rhythmic, but it is periodic, and it does seem to have a sense of something approaching, but it's not directly on the door. But for it to be that loud this far out from wherever it is and that it's still approaching, something weird's going on.
Just gonna take out my pistol and be like, look back at them and be like, I'm gonna open the door. You ready?
Shwing.
The shovel comes out.
I'm gonna be like, boop. Let's see if it
You
opens.
push, and it kind of rattles in its hinges and then releases, where before electricity powered the magnets that kept all these doors closed, power has run out, and the door opens, and in front of you is,
There's a battery somewhere because the printer went.
before or after the power went out, a huge metal tube is in front of you, and you look to the left and it stretches off into the distance. You look to the right and it stretches off into the distance. Huge metal tube at this level that was probably underground when this place was built.
Like it goes down or it goes straight?
Goes straight in both directions. Or it appears to go straight.
It's
roll a perception
subway.
check.
It's the air train. The Hyperloop.
Roll a perception check if you'd like to.
I was going to come up to see if I could figure out which direction the noise is coming from.
Yeah. You roll a different perception check.
22.
22. Okay. With a 22, Asher, specifically focusing on the specific thing, not just your general perception, there's a slight curve to it. So if this is circular, it is a huge circle. Yes, Trixie.
13. I have rolled nothing but 4s and 5s so far today.
You hear another ktung, and it echoes.
Oh, wait, I rolled an 11. I lied. Sorry.
It echoes again. And there's a moment of confusion as you try to figure out which way the sound is coming from. It's coming from the right. You're pretty sure.
I'm going to wait in this bigger room where we have more space to move if we have to fight something, because I don't want to be stuck in this little tunnel.
That's fair. Is there anything like, I'm going to look back in the room. Is there anything on the ground or on the desk or anything that I can like throw?
Oh, yeah. There's lots of miscellaneous little pieces of
Stapler. I
paper.
have a stapler.
These long things that are like your pens. There's some metal chunky things that might
Are
or might
attached
not
to
be
wires.
staplers attached to wires.
I'm gonna grab
Some chunky things.
I'll grab a
Keyboards and mice.
I'll grab I'll grab a stapler just because it's not attached to anything.
You
Not knowing what it is, but it feeling that it has some heft to it.
Oh, yeah. And it's rusted as hell.
Yeah. And I'm just going to throw it to the right to see if it makes the same kind of noise.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack roll just to toss it. Are you tossing it with the intent to like hit the pipe at some point or just down the tunnel, or what are you?
Yeah, like I want it to bounce off so that I can hear whether I want to observe whether the impact noise is the same as what we're hearing with the echo.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and roll that attack so we can see if you.
Ooh, just unarmed. You made deeply. An unarmed strike, I guess. Thrown object, whatever is 25. I finally rolled a 15.
So you all witness as Trixie tosses the stapler. It hits that large metal pipe. It's going boom. You hear the sound. It echoes similarly, maybe not quite with the same heft as the other sound. It is the same sound that you're hearing echo up, and you realize that the echo you're hearing is up through the pipe, and the noise at the other end stops. Something is aware enough to realize that there is sound happening that is not its own, and it has stopped.
And I turn around and I whisper and be like, "Get ready." And I hold my hands like this, and then I stick my head just through the opening and I go, "Yo!"
Yo, 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 yo. Silent for quite a long time, and then you hear something fuzzy and crackly, something that hasn't been used, and you get just a sharp static noise that slowly clears up. And speaking Sylvan, awkwardly and mechanically, and with an accent not unlike Siri's. Be warned. Collider compromised. Be warned. Collider compromised. This unit malfunctioning. Repair technicians required.
Oh, I can understand this because it's spoken.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Asher's, huh?
It says something's broken or compromised.
Say that
The
before-
collider is compromised. Whatever
before or after you
collider
threw the
is.
thing into it.
After.
Before or after you threw the thing into it.
After.
I mean, and I stick my
Well,
head
it
in and out,
Spoke.
and I don't like even with my goggles, I don't see anything.
Nothing.
I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna yell into the tunnel.
And the sound
Hey,
sounds very
voice,
distant.
Hey, voice lady, how do we fix it?
What language are you yelling into the tunnel in?
Just common.
I repeat it in Sylvan.
It's that moment where like there was an attempt at a response and it was just all garbled for a second, and then it comes back again responding in Sylvan. But you caught before, like it was kind of like that moment where you're trying to say, "Hey Google," da 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 da, and then it gets interrupted. But it started to respond with "command not recognized," sort of statement. But then as you repeat that in Sylvan, what did you say again? In
Hey,
Sylvan?
How do we
hey
fix
voice
it?
lady, how do we fix it?
But I
you-
say more refined.
How doth we repaireth?
So please give us the
Thine
refined
collider.
version.
I say, how is the collider compromised? What do we do to fix it?
There's there's not a pause. It's like it immediately comes to an answer, and outside contaminants beyond maximal levels. Currently seeking to protect biologicals. Do you require assistance?
It's asking if we need assistance and contaminants are too high and it
Do we
wants
have
to
to-
save the biological things.
Do we need to run down and get the thing you threw in there?
I'm gonna do that quick.
Run in
Yeah.
the stapler.
Yes.
Yeah,
gotta
you
go
run over and grab the stapler. As you kind of run down, you can see that curve is quite incremental that Asher spotted. And there's a chance that this could be, depending on how things are echoing, because it is like every step you take, and you can hear this as she runs down there, even at Trixie's quietest, it's still an echo. This is like a tube suspended within a tube, and every step is and Trixie's light foot patter definitely echoes along the metal tube for quite a distance.
And I get back to the opening and I go, "Is that better?"
There's a puzzled sound
It can
to
understand
the
me.
static.
It can't
There's
understand.
a
me.
puzzled sound to the static. This situation has not changed. What command did you attempt? Do you require assistance?
It's asking if we want assistance. I say to Asher.
Jason thinks if we ran about 25 miles in one direction, we would come back to this entrance.
Asher could roll a intelligence check to see if that would be true.
What does Asher know about the God particle?
Can you tell us where the biologicals are located?
That's a one.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to save it right here because our little screen images
Oh,
are up
no!
for a second. And no, leave it up. Don't mess with this because this is a moment I've dreamt of for, and maybe this is what I really meant to do. And take out mine. Cute little icons next to everybody's happy little face, sort of. So I just have to shove them further off to the side so they're fully visible when we do comments.
Is that us?
I don't know where that's from.
Mm.
You,
Yeah,
so
I bet.
you see, okay, let me break all these things apart. Asher, you rolled in that one. Asher in full Asher mode goes like, well, that noise wasn't loud enough, but I could figure out a way to figure out if this is a circular noise. And you hit the pipe directly with your palm. Just see if it vibrates around and comes back. And you just keep your hand there. And you're holding onto the pipe, but the noise is picking up as it goes around and around and around and around and around. And your hand is on the other side of the pipe. And you feel vibration on your other hand. And then you feel it on your other hand. Then you feel it on your other hand. Then you feel it on the other hand. It's picking up pace. The vibrations are speeding up. Meanwhile, what did you say again, Larissa? I got distracted by the fact that there was an ambulance and I kind of wanted to... The Doppler effect of the
Doppler
ambulance,
effect.
the Doppler effect of the vibrating pipe. And I'm just like, wow, 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 wow.
Oh dear. No, that would not be good.
Wow, 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 wow.
What I said was, can you tell us where the biologicals are located?
Mm.
Oh, okay. It so fast, much faster than I'm ever able to speak, responds with 3 potential biologicals entered at, and it kind of lists a bunch of numbers. And this, they've been here for 3 hours. One,
And then,
standard genetic code
Yep.
accepted. Second, tertiary genetic code accepted with conditions. Additional biological appears to be mutant. May not be protected in this situation, but preserved when possible.
and like as she's saying that,
Tanzanite
I
just
go,
called you a mutant.
I don't know.
Mm.
I'm offended.
Or did it call Asher a mutant?
Maybe.
Asher's a mutant.
That makes sense.
We know that Trixie is...
I do have these Wolverine claws. No. Been hiding the whole time.
and like as the computer is saying that, I go, oh, and I look at Dance and I go, oh, where are the biologicals? Oh,
No.
I guess that makes sense.
I don't know what's happening.
Uh,
I'm just gonna step out of the tunnel, not be in there when the radiation.
and I
comes ripping
my
me apart.
the last thing I say is, if we repair the collider, will the biologicals be in danger?
Current state of equipment irreparable. Contamination has spread. Contamination has breached.
I guess that answers that.
What does it say?
Asher, as you step back into the room and you have that sheaf of information that you pulled up, could you just roll a magical luck roll?
And I'm going to repeat what it said to him
To
as
Asher. Yeah,
yeah.
As this is
15.
15. Okay, well, you rolled high enough for some of this. The sheaf rolls forward to the page on the collider and the dimensional experimentation, and what catches your eye and just kind of stands out to you as you kind of step back and kind of are holding back is that second book that Tanzanite picked up and kept. I think Tanzanite kept it. Is one of the images. Then there's another image of a people just kind of diagrammed. No pictures, just a diagram of a people that have similar features to Tanzanite's people. There's another image of failed experiments, and it just shows several images of failed experiments. But you notice little things that are typical in your world currently that you've seen before, just little bits and pieces of different things that you're wondering if these researchers are blind, that they didn't see this. And then the last one, you see an individual stepping out of some strange glowing portal. It's a static image. It's not like it's video or anything like that. But looking at this, you're like, there's a being coming out. And you wonder if this is like one of the researchers and what they're doing, but they're dressed in a strange way. They aren't dressed as most of the folk of the researchers, the pictures of them that you've seen on their desks and such are dressed. And while it's a black and white image, there's something wrong with the eyes.
It's not a Githzerai.
It's not a Githzerai.
Okay.
But it's definitely not human.
I think this thing is meant to bring people from other planes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you have a great translation of ancient on this particular word. Where it says universe, you've taken it to be planes because that makes more sense to you.
Asher's not well versed in the concept of multiverse, I guess. He hasn't yet discovered the treasure trove that is the MCU somewhere in the library.
That's a future exploration at some point.
That's our second campaign. Just Asher trying to watch the entire
Well,
MCU, all 473 movies.
And you've been exposed mostly to people like Tanzanite who talk about their, occasionally, some of the people talk about their extraplanar origins, or at least describe what they claim to be extraplanar origins.
Hang on, I did it again.
But yeah, so Trixie. Oh, the lights.
Your guess was as good as mine. I didn't realize.
Sorry.
No, Larissa, I was 100% going.
I always forget because the sun starts to go down at 4. And then
I
also it's
did
very
it
dark in here.
again. We're like,
Okay.
what do you do?
It's like
I turned off the light.
40 days or something until it'll stay light after 6 o'clock again.
Ugh,
I dream of that day. Okay.
yeah.
Says the person who's still in broad daylight.
I'm not. That is clouds. I have not seen daylight since the last time we were together.
You moved to Portland. What do you expect?
And then not much
You
of
know what I
daylight.
mean. I mean natural light.
Yeah, there's no natural light here. It's the land of
Yeah.
darkness.
You're in the Pacific Northwest. Clouds is what you get. Just deal with it.
I'm sure they're
deal.
using a very nice light.
Larissa, you're muted.
I am
somehow.
I am full on using sunlights right now because I need the vitamin D. So that's a cool effect.
I don't want to hear it. This is natural light right now. So shut your face.
Okay, so interdimensional planar
Travel.
beings of traveling between the places. I think the world is like this, and this thing goes like this.
It wiggles.
We're all doing finger wiggles. So yeah, you try to share your understanding of cosmology.
Science.
Okay.
So I think either something's going to come through or it might just blow up. I'm not sure. Those are my
Well,
two theories.
it's
Irreparable.
yeah. So
No, I thought it was on. Okay.
no,
When it's making that sound, I thought it was going to spit someone out.
what I would I guess I'd lean my head out into the hall and more. I go once more, and I go, what was making noise before we made contact? And I look
Oh,
over
yeah.
my shoulder. And I'm like,
It very quickly responds to this. Are you here to make repairs? Repairs necessary. Please assist.
It cannot be fixed. Fix it.
Where are you?
72nd hatch. Currently seeking assistance.
Where
You can
are
almost hear relief in the robotic voice.
where are we?
Unknown. Please assist. Roll a perception check.
Hold on. What hatch is Lab 5 near?
Oh, you are at hatch 50.
So maybe lab 7?
Well, how? What is the distance between hatches?
Each hatch is approximately 200 meters from the second hatch. We are currently without power, so I cannot provide illumination along the trajectory of the corridor.
So if I think this thing is, and I turn to Asher and I go, so this thing, whatever is talking, is 22 hatches away from where we are. And I think that and I point to the frame, door frame. And it's 200 meters between each one. So that would be. She's like looking at Asher like for help because math is not a strong suit.
A ways. Sorry, I totally was not paying attention. Can you repeat those numbers?
I'm not great at math, but like.
The mathiest.
Oh. And then if I turn that into.
Well, it's 20. It's 22 hatches, but times 200 between each one.
So
400.
4,400
Yeah. Beat me to it.
meters?
Meter.
Like-
Yeah.
4.5 kilometers almost?
Do we want to go there and help it? I don't know if we can. I don't think we can repair whatever this is, but maybe we can help whatever's talking to us.
2 hatchet 72.
Okay. I'm gonna try something.
Hatchet?
I'm gonna take
Isn't it hatchet?
Hatch.
Oh,
question.
hatch.
Does this collider count as one?
Did I
single
say
object?
hatchet?
don't know.
Does this tunnel count as one single object? Is that what you
Yeah.
said?
Like one connected.
I mean, it is all connected, especially because you felt how the vibrations went. So yes.
Let's see what happens. I'm gonna take some moss out of my pocket and hold it up against the wall, and I'm gonna cast light on the tunnel.
On
Because it should light up. It
on the
should, in
pipe?
theory, light up the entire object.
And I see him do that, and I go, "Oh shit!" And I pull my goggles off my eyes.
Yeah, as you like lay that moss down, I feel like we should roll with this. It is welded together, so I guess technically it is one solid object. But
Like within 20 feet of the object, it lights up. So in theory, it should light up all of it.
oh, I should have done that. You see the light on the printer go out as the light traverses, and the amount of power magically that it takes to light up one single object to create space is different. It's not that the pipe is seeming lit, it's just there's a glow because it's been stretched across miles and miles and miles of conduit. And
Like a
there's
dim light?
it's a dim light throughout, which in this space is plenty of light.
I was like, I did not think that would work.
I'm going to roll with it because I think that that's kind of a cool thought.
Cantrips are fun.
Want
Anyway,
me to go first?
I can't understand anything that the thing is saying, so maybe one of you should lead the way. I'll go in the middle or the back.
Well, I mean, it seems to recognize me this way. So, and I can understand it. So I guess I'll go first.
I'll go last. Perfect.
It's an Asher sandwich. And then I turn awkwardly and I go in the hole and I start walking in the direction that the oh wait, hold on. Shoot. I don't know which way the numbers go.
Guess we go to the first hatch and see what the number is, and then go to the next hatch and see what
Yeah,
that
but
number
that's
is.
just gonna add twice as much.
400 meters isn't that far.
Okay.
It's far, but not super far.
Which way should we go first?
Left.
Channeling Verena.
That's one thing Jessica will bring into every character.
Always turn left.
So
She'll go right, but she's gonna suggest left every time.
do you all
All
go
right.
left?
Yep.
Yep. So as Trixie was concerned, eventually you turn around and start walking back the other way because you get to hatch 49 and realize,
Very true.
yes, the sounds were coming from the right, so we should probably have started right. You walk back, and it is a 4.5 kilometer walk. It's unchanging. As you pass each hatch, the numbers climb, and eventually you're 60. That's a moment to rest and just to marvel at the fact that you're still walking. You're almost doing
I
a
go
60. As you shout out 60, you hear the robotic voice at the other end. You have almost achieved my location. Please continue. Degradation has maintained. And just
Susan G. Komen race for the collider repair.
And I'll be sure to translate whatever the voice says so Asher can understand.
awesome.
Thanks.
Eventually, you get there, and you've probably been under here for, I'm not sure how long it takes most people to walk 4.5 kilometers, but at this point, you've probably been down here for about 5 hours. You've been underground for a while, and you come around the corner from hatch 71, and you can see a structure that's a change in the shape of the space. There's a bulbous top. There is a crane-like protuberance that's leaned up against the pipe, and a strangely shaped torso, as what you realize is a robotic structure of some sort, but one leg is completely deteriorated, thus the clanking as it skipped along the pathway of the tunnel, trying to perform maintenance while one-legged wires trail down from the location of the previous appendage that would have allowed it to move more briskly along this pathway. You can see that it is in kind of a terrible state. It's rusted, corroded. You can see that there's some readout of some sort that's cracked and broken and no longer readable, but does reflect the light of the pipe as you come up to this structure. And it's a robot, but a very neglected one.
And Tanzanite doesn't really get that right away, and she just she walks up and she starts heading towards hatch
Trixie?
7. What did I say?
Tanzanite.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I accidentally clicked myself out of the comments, so I was
Rick, does that make you feel better that even their players confuse their names?
So much.
I
So,
just
honestly,
don't usually I don't refer to myself in the third person that often.
Next
so
next
that's
campaign,
why.
let's all do the same letter just to,
Oh,
just to fuck with
Jesus
Rick.
Christ. Ah.
all characters with the same letter will die.
Our characters are going to be Joe, Joanna, and Joanne. That's
The big bad will also be the big J.
I'm gonna just kind of start to walk past it, not kind of realizing, because I don't think I've ever seen a robot before. Trixie hasn't seen a robot, I don't think. And so I go, okay, we're at hatch 72. Do we need to go through it? Where are you?
Oops, did that all over the place. You see, and I didn't even do it to the one I meant to put it on. Pfft, suck.
I also answered, so now it just looks like we're doubling down on answering questions.
Yeah, we're just ridiculous human beings. So you're you've kind of turned your back on this strange structure. So I just need you to roll a I make it a wisdom saving throw as a fear check.
Yeah.
And then
But
if
I'm
you
not against
roll super high, like a 15 or above, I'll say you can do whatever you want, however you want to react. If you roll less than that, I need your best freaked out, panicked reaction.
Are
Okay.
you sure about that?
Yeah.
'Cause I rolled on that one.
Oh, it's worse than that. Okay, yeah, totally. That's even better because I think now you rolled a nat one. We're gonna go to break, but I want people during our break give me what sort of consequence occurs because of the total panic as behind you that voice reoccurs and says, "Oh, I see that you are 3 biologicals." And it kind of the focus of its head looks at Asher for a little bit. And there's a pause. Well, 2 biologicals. And I will need to evacuate you before the problem persists. If you can please assist with repairs.
I'm going to say, well, hello there. I wish I could understand. Let's solve this problem and cast tongues on myself.
Okay. You cast tongues on yourself. We're going to get back to what Trixie's reaction will have been after our break. Is 5 before the hour okay? What should we do for our break? How long should we take?
That
that's
should be
fine.
fine.
For
Yeah,
the hour.
we
Yeah.
took
To
the
run
pu-
to
the
the
pups are-
restroom and then write a commercial. So
Yeah.
Okay.
The pups are asleep. I
Great.
took them for a walk beforehand, so they should be
Aw.
fine.
So we will return 5 before the hour. Hope you enjoy the break and see you soon. If you have any suggestions for ways in which poor Trixie, I mean, the one that springs to mind, the easiest one is, of course, to have her experience the fear effect. But Welcome back to Probability of Demise. And I know this didn't go out to the world, but what was that sound?
That was Jess's chair.
Oh, I miss your chair. Ricky McCreakerson.
Maybe in the new year I'll get some WD-40 for it.
I should have got you some for Christmas.
So that's Charlotte's been good to me. I don't know why I just named her Charlotte. Squeak and all.
I'm from because you're from North Carolina.
Yeah. I was just looking at pictures of my really good childhood friend's daughter, whose name is Charlotte. So that's probably why that popped into my head. I was like,
Well, how nice for them that you named her chair
After their daughter.
Your child means so much to me. I've named my chair after
They
her.
dream of.
I sit on
is
Charlotte
now-
all day long.
next time I see her, be like,
Well.
you're a chair now.
Next time you see her, just sit on her.
God. Welcome back to Probability of Demise.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. Hey guys.
I'm still calling
We are
everybody
all
the people of
switched
dice.
around.
We are wackadoodoo. We're only two wackadoodoo. Actually, I have to be over there because I'm going to be
Reading.
wackadoodoo. Reading. So yeah,
Flying.
Jason
Oh my god, we.
did his usual magical trick of writing an entire script in no time at all, which is super awesome.
I feel like this was short. I don't know. I ran out of time.
So we are going to do the inverted land of things, and then I'm going to hit a button here to make the other thing do that one thing. There we go. Ha ha ha!
Hey, buttons. We're working on that, Jess. Come on.
Yeah, Jess, come
Thought
on.
you were on the buttons now.
This is like what you were into.
I didn't want to overstep my bounds because I would have done. Oh wait, that's not what I would have done.
What would you have done?
Well, it didn't do what I thought it was gonna do. So
Some of the things don't do what I expected them to do. So it's just like,
basically, I would have reversed it. I would have put us on the other side. But
Oh yeah, it
that's
won't let
not
us
an
do
option.
that. It won't let us do that, which I really find annoying. Like
Yeah,
I want
that
to be
one
able
doesn't
to
work for some
flip
reason.
things and squish things, and I mean they gave me so many options. So why am I complaining? But
It's still better than Google Meet, which is what we were doing.
So I definitely did not pre-read this because I was distracted by touching buttons. Cure your headaches with olfactory delight. Mend your bruises with a whiff of wonder. Heal your grievous wounds with odoriferous pleasure. Long ago in the ancient world, many people used essential oils to fight off the effects of a global pandemic. Their corpses smelled great. But now, in a world of magic, turns out essential oils actually work. That's why the team at Grand's Brand has infused 72 different essential oils into a line of healing candles. Our clove candle will fight infections and give you more pep in your step. Our eucalyptus candle will clear your sinuses and bolster your health points. With our frankincense candle, you can fight unsightly respiratory diseases and feel like a savior from an ancient religion. Use our lavender calendar to improve your short rest nap while recovering from that stab wound you got. Oh, we also have an oregano candle that smells just like pizza, but isn't great for healing. For the full list of healing candles from Grand's Brand, check with your local apothecary today and mention this limited time offer from Grand's Brand. Word. Buy 3 candles and get 1 free. So next time you take a short rest, remember to spark one up for candles rest and keep yourself from crossing over to the other side. It just makes sense.
So good.
Oh, this
Oh
is
my god.
treasure.
I don't know which is. I don't know which is better. You reading it or your in time live reaction.
I'm trying to read it and also going like, what? What am I saying next?
Oh my god, that was so good.
Oh, that caused me to sweat in places that I did not intend to sweat in.
It's a little nerve-wracking, but it's good. It's fun. Well done, friend.
Welcome back to Probability.
Everybody ever wonder where I stand on essential oils? I think you know now.
It's pretty clear. I have a ton of essential oils that somebody gave me, and they do make the house smell different. I don't necessarily think they all make the house smell good, but
They all make my house smell different.
I like them just because
That's a
they
review.
smell. I like the smells.
yeah, I mean, I was given a crap ton, like way too many. Nobody needs this many different oils. I honestly dislike most of them, but some of them smell like pumpkin pie when mixed together correctly, and it's because I can't eat pumpkin pie unless I get Jason alone. That sounded wrong. I kind of mix and match and say stupid shit. Okay. Welcome back to Probability of Demise. When we were last together, Asher and Tanzanite and Trixie were walking down a hall. They came across a very still.
Last time we were together, apparently we made pumpkin pie. So
Chase, you're holding out on me.
No, it's just like it's memories. You make
I know.
good food, and
I will make you pie anytime you want, Larissa. Wink, wink. Literally and figuratively.
Okay. Trixie was surprised by the voice that came from behind her, not expecting this structural thing to actually be a thing, and was surprised. And we sent out a thing of saying, hey, she rolled that one, so you all choose. And I love the idea that she jumps back and she stabs a hole into the wall. I love the idea of just like full on passing out. But I think Larissa came up with the best one so far, even though she doesn't really realize how good this really is in this moment.
Oh, no.
Because I took it another step.
Of course.
Her suggestion was that, of course, Trixie is so surprised she unintentionally uses her new blink ability. And I agree. And now, Larissa, I know that normally we have a specific thing with the wild magic table that's attached to yours. And I do want you to roll that.
Oh, hold on. Shit, I have to pull it up. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, shit, hang on.
And then I also want you to roll a D100.
Oh, Jesus, Mary Joseph.
50 and above, and you go somewhere that is up to me. 50 and below.
Or 49 and below.
Or 49 and below. You go somewhere where, your friends can still see you.
I'm trying to remember. It's a D10.
If we didn't have a dog gate between us, we could just like roll this back and forth down the hall when we need to roll.
We could. Hang on, let me get it. Okay, we've got 1. Now I need the single-sided D10.
I love throwing the D100 in there for like 50-50 things, even though that's not what it should be, because it gives me increments of how horrible I could take it.
Mm.
I'm afraid to roll mine now because Buffy will steal it and run away.
Yeah, there needs to be like those large D100s need to have their own special like roller roll. Like, you know how you have dice towers? It needs to be like a circular, like a gumball machine. A gumball machine for the D100s would be awesome.
Like one of those little race car tracks that goes around the loopy doop.
Haha, it is a success.
It is a success. So you successfully blinked.
Mm-hmm. It didn't have a negative effect.
Awesome. So you successfully blinked, and now roll the D100 to see if I get to win or you get to win.
Hang on. I have to figure out if this is a. I think it's it's 60. So 61.
Oh, it's mine.
I own it.
So you both, Tanzanite and Asher, see Trixie turn, get startled, and then she's gone. What are the two of you up to?
Hello?
Just doing like this.
Trixifer, where did you go?
You've just cast. Go ahead, Tanzanite.
I was gonna turn to the robot and go, do you know where the third biological went?
It takes a moment, and its little head turns all the way around, facing the other way. Alert, alert. Biological in threat sector 7. And you hear another voice echo further down. What is the nature of the threat? Unidentified creature, biological, relocated to the area. Be aware mindless and aggressive components will propagate towards said creature. Extreme vulnerability detected. And there's like this going back and forth, and you gather that there's another robot somewhere off in the distance that is passing along information. And you hear from the one that's further away, containment protocols have currently failed. Threat continues to spread. It is unclear if biological will survive. The one closest to you says, we must escalate the situation to the highest level of alert. All personnel be prepared to engage the undead threat at a moment's notice.
Undead. Oh, shit.
Understood. Initiating emergency protocols now. Nothing happens. There is no power. These are the last 2 robotic mechanicals that are unplugged from the grid on the last of their energy. So literally nothing happens.
That's sad.
Tanzanite and Asher, I look to you two.
What is the state of the leg on this thing? You said
It
it's
is
missing, or it's just like mangled?
It looks like it was both ripped out and the electronics were shredded off of it as part of that kind of like just what happened. Just like you can't tell if it was deteriorated such that it got ripped off or if it was actually ripped off, but there's like a kind of, it also looks like it's because the metal components are fully rusted over in all directions, that this happened at least some time ago.
Okay. I am going to pull out 2 little lodestones from a pocket. I'm going to put my hands on the leg and I'm going to cast Mending.
Okay. Is Mending a cantrip, right?
Yes. So I could theoretically keep casting it until I run out of lodestones if it like fixes little pieces of the leg.
Well, the lodestones get reused when you're casting Mending. They're just kind of like the
Oh, okay.
focal through which you do this. And so as you,
Especially when it's a
use the
metallic
lodestones.
robot and they probably stick to it.
yeah, we find out that Mending can't bring new material. And so you repair the pieces that are repairable or reparable, but there's a missing leg here. And you get it, you can quickly, like just a single casting, kind of clean things up. And as in successive castings, you can kind of reshape it to be ready for a new limb to be attached. But it does not create a leg out of nothing.
Okay. We can come back and try to, if you can tell us where to get another leg, we can try to bring you one. But right now we probably need to go save our friend. Can you tell us how to get to where she is?
Your tasks are congruent. Parts are currently located beyond the catastrophic areas. Please be aware, containment protocols have failed.
Okay. How do we get there?
The head that's still facing backwards is continue to hatch 85. Be aware, hatch 85 is no longer demarked.
But I'm guessing it's after hatch 84.
You would be correct.
Okay.
You are an impressive specimen.
Thanks.
You are welcome.
I'm good looking
Thanks
too.
are not
All right, let's
necessary.
go. I'm gonna
Hoof it.
All right, let's run.
Okay.
So Tanzanite and Asher, you're running down. Trixie,
Yeah.
you have no idea where you are, but this is definitely not the degraded and rusting and falling apart complex that you were once in. First of all, nothing, not even the one floor with the big, huge windows looking out on the swamp, were quite this organic. There is a thick coating of some sort of sludge over everything. It smells of the similar smells to a tar pit. Some of that sulfuric component, but also the deep, stronger, musky, acidic smells. And everything seems to be moving, dripping, dropping. The soundscape just around you is various organic noises. And you see ahead of you.
Larissa hates when I make that sound.
Like, you see ahead of you, and you are, despite all the things, you were raised by a healer. You've seen anatomy. You've seen sketches of anatomy. And you are looking across and you see one of those drawings or a person devoid of all flesh, but they don't stand on their own, much less hold a shield and a sword, and turn said shield and lift said sword. That shouldn't be possible, but it is happening right in front of you. A skeleton is adjusting to your presence, focusing on you, looking towards you. You see at their feet, buried in the sludge, just at a quick glance, mechanical parts. It looks like, similar to the being that surprised you, many such beings have been destroyed by creatures like this skeletal structure. And as you take a moment more to look at it, gain your bearings, figure out where you are, recover from your surprise to this new surprise, you can see that this skeletal being even has a skeletal tail. What are you doing, Trixie?
I'm just gonna kind of slowly reach my hand up for my shovel and slowly pull it out and hold my action until the skeleton thing does something.
It has lifted its sword and shield into place and has not moved from its current location, but its vacant orbs seem riveted to your motion and your space.
I'm just gonna sit here and watch it watch me because I don't know. I mean, actually, what I would like to do is look around, I guess, the rest of the room to figure out if there is like an exit or like I understand everything's kind of coated in slime, but like, or just kind of like see if I can discern other things in the room.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check.
You haven't been doing very well today. Let's give you a shot. Okay. 26.
Oh, beautiful. With a 26, looking around, and as you look around, humanoid creatures like yourself and your friends typically follow each other's gaze. It's kind of the magic of the eye, of the whites of the eyes. Is like that's a way that people can communicate with one another. Is where your eyes look, their eyes follow. This creature does not shift its gaze. So it's almost unnerving to have it continue to stare at you while you are looking about and kind of glancing around really quickly. And you spot the what might be a return entrance to the location from which you came originally. You see that there's a pile of various bits and pieces of machinery and mechanical parts. The goo hasn't really come up on that stuff yet, but you can see that there is this a space that, like, from that kind of modern-ish, ancient modern, but bright and sterile environment of the lab. You can see that some of those materials are there, and they're kind of piled up in some complex puzzle, and the kind of industrial gray feel is all there. But here, there's this crumbled ancient cave appearance. There are no instruments in this space, except even as you have that thought of like, oh, I saw these things, you see like weird, strange, almost archaic things littered about. You saw expensive chemistry sets, but here there's like an ancient looking chemistry set that's kind of discarded and tossed to the side. It's a tunnel that's rough and jagged where it isn't covered by the goo, as if it was carved out by hands rather than the machinery that created the original space or machined the original space. And that the air, especially if you look beyond the skeletal structure, has that musty, heavy feel to it. You know, if you're ever in New York City and you're on the one train at Jess's stop, that, especially in like the winter, summertime where it's got fog underground, which is creepy as all get out. But it's got that weight of age is kind of pressing down beyond, and even further beyond, you can see some relics and objects that are withered. And with a 26, I'll see that you can vaguely make out the shape of what looks like a throne made of bone, currently empty. But even from here, and with a perception check as high as the one you rolled, you can feel a power and menace emanate from that throne.
God, I really wish I knew how to do Tanzanite's brain thing.
I'm trapped by the bone throne.
And I'm just gonna kind of look back at the skeleton thing and go, hi.
The skeleton's unnerving, unblinking orbs just stare back at you. But your voice echoes strangely through that space. And you hear a startled grunt beyond the throne. And you hear the slow shuffling of something. And then a voice. Hello. You are not of this space. You are old and from above. Are you a present? It has been so long.
No, I don't think so. Do you? Did that come through or no?
I did.
Ma'am, stop it. Make the thing. Who is the one sending you presents?
Well, you would be the present. So who sent you?
No one?
Ah, then this is the highest form of flattery, for you have sent yourself. Come, I will let you pass in, and you can join me for dinner.
What would we be eating? I don't see many things around to eat.
I
Or a stomach.
have a staff who were the best in their day. I am certain we can make do while we discuss your future.
Would it be okay if we waited for my friends?
Ah, you offer additional gifts. Come beyond and they will be welcomed as well.
I should stay here so they can find me more easily. If I move, maybe then they can't track me. And I just like go to like literally like just sit crisscross applesauce with like my shovel over my lap, and I'm just like I'm just gonna stay right here. I won't move.
Could you roll, and I would like you to choose, but roll a charisma check of some sort. It could
Based.
be that you're doing persuasion. You could be being deceptive. It's up to you and what you think Trixie is trying to be.
I mean, it's a little bit of both.
It could be a little bit of performance. It's really, and you can just describe to me why it's that role.
I mean, it would definitely be persuasion because she's not like
it's not intimidation. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, exactly. And she's not necessarily like one for guile or anything. It's like I think she's
like
inferring
pure persuasion, no like kind of performative element to this at all.
Yeah, my passive insight is really high, so I'm pretty sure I get the gist of what he's trying to do. But I actually rolled really well, so that's a 21 for persuasion.
Yeah, so you roll that, and an arm reaches out from behind the throne, clasping the side of it, and you can see the articulation of this desiccated and skeletal hand as a head leans beyond as well. And from that brief glimpse that you had of the piece of paper in Asher's hand, you make out that this figure here is similar, maybe even a much more ancient version of the first figure you saw that seemed just slightly off. The structure of the cheekbones, the eyes, except the eyes. Wow, that black and white image did not describe the violent red of these eyes, the bloodless lips, the dried, desiccated skin, the sharp fangs, and it continues to pull itself up beyond the throne. I have waited and can continue to wait for gifts such as yours.
Let's do that. I think that would be that would be the best situation for all of us, all involved.
And you see the skeleton that was standing kind of between you and that space, move past your zone towards the more metallic spaces, and step between you and the lab space. And then the being who's sitting on the throne, I agree. And it raises a hand. And as it raises its hand up on the throne, as its hand comes up, so too do 2 or 3 additional skeletal beings rise from the muck and move to join the first. They will prepare the way for your friends and hold back those that would stop them. And they begin to dismantle the barrier. Tanzanite and Asher, you've been running down the hall. You see a little robotic creature of some sort. It's just kind of disc-shaped with multiple limbs, and it's kind of just stationed. It doesn't look like it can move itself. It's not in itself mobile, but it's
coffee table robot.
Yeah. And you see, though, that it has multiple appendages that are mechanical, kind of like desk lamp stands that just kind of move in very articulated but simple directions. And this, as you run up on it, this creature is desperately trying to move material into some sort of barrier between 84 and whatever the future is, but in this one place where the wall has broken apart, where you've gone from a place with kind of all of the ancient tech and setup and build to a entrance to what can only be described as a lair, similar in some ways, Asher, I assume, from your perspective, as the one that you saw in Fisherton so long ago. The transition from natural cave, or in this case, a lab space, into something else. And this is where those robots were describing a breach. And that little robot immediately pipes up in a voice that seems much more clear than the other contraption. It says, "Who is there? We are protecting this location. State your business or be prepared to face the consequences." And you can see these little robotic ocular spaces roll open and scan around, but they seem to not actually see you.
I'm going to say, we are here to assist the biological. I'm going to look at Tanzanite and be like,
That was
Very-
good.
Very well. I am using your passive charisma on everything these days. So, by the way, yeah, you just succeeded massively. You rock at convincing even non-sentient beings to do things for you.
even AI loves me. I'm so smooth.
Very well. You may pass, but be warned. The beings beyond are not to be trifled with. While not biological, they are composed of biological material and thus present a conundrum. Tread lightly. Leave as quickly as you can.
I'll say, don't worry, little buddy. We're also not to be trifled with. And I'm just going to like coolly walk through the door.
As you coolly walk to the pile of rubble that it was currently pushing up and trying to build back up, it stops building it back up, and you see a bony hand grasp some of that material and pull it aside. And as that bony material is cast aside, Trixie, you can hear your friends have this dialogue just beyond the rubble. And the skeletons, Asher and Tanzanite, pull away material.
We're like, ew.
So I can't see them, but I can hear them on the other side of the barrier that the skeletons are currently removing. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go, and I'm going to fake sneeze, and I don't want to do it very loud into the mic, but I'm going to go, look out.
roll a perception check to see if Asher and Tanzanite, if either of you get that. Trixie, roll a performance check to see how hard it will be for them to get it. I'm going to convert this roll set. The lower you roll, Trixie, the higher they have to roll.
Hang on, my
12.
performance. Sorry, let me. For some reason, the website isn't working, so give me a second to pull up.
Do you need Trixie's information? I keep a thing for that.
It's all right. I got it. I just got to pull up my app on my phone.
That can't be right.
+2.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Performance? Oh, okay. That is
Trixie's
another
+2.
21. I rolled another 19.
Okay. So what'd you get, Asher, again? 12, you said?
12. Yes.
12. Tanzanite, what'd you get?
28.
Jesus.
Damn.
Dang. Asher, I don't think you quite get it over the sneeze. You know that there was more than a sneeze.
I'll be like, Gesundheit.
Tanzanite, you understand what Trixie said. And Trixie, if you want to repeat what you said in clear speech, you can to help Tanzanite, because clearly you performed well and she understood well.
I just said, look out. That's all.
So with that warning, Tanzanite, I will give you advantage on the initiative roll that you're all about to face.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you're just rolling straight initiative unless you have advantage for initiative for one reason or another.
Initiative. Okay. Hema. Ooh, good.
Okay. Roll for initiative.
23.
Okay, let me grab this little list here because it's very pretty. How's it going?
Wait. Is it too late? Did anyone? I'm going to do it because I have the power to do it. Did anyone? That was a great idea.
What?
Andy wrote, take the throne.
Oh,
become
Andy's
Trixie,
idea?
Pirate Queen of the Damned.
That is hilarious.
I don't want it.
Those
But
who don't
you
want the
just
throne
have
are
to
often
have
best
it.
suited to sit in it, Trixie.
Yeah, I mean, like, you should be the queen of the damned at this point because you are so cool at that.
I'm not the goddess of death.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
Well-
not the goddess.
Oh.
You're the pirate queen.
And speaking of Tanzanite, how do you react to creatures who have denied death, that they are refusing your domain?
I don't like it.
I just wanted to know that because that's going to be very useful for this. If I can get, wow, you're right. D&D is behaving. D&D Beyond.
Oh, that's fine.
You're being naughty to me right now. All right, so I'm just going to open these
Thanks,
up and
wizards. Gosh.
launch a different version really quickly so I can adequately read this. Oh dear.
By the
I
way,
just
my
roll.
initiative is 12.
Okay, so
See ya.
Asher was 26, right?
23.
23. Okay, Trixie was 12.
Mm-hmm.
And where is Tanzanite with advantage on that roll?
16.
Okay. I mean,
I went from rolling so well to not great.
okay, and then
It's all right. We'll see if the same thing happened to Rurik or not.
Yeah.
okay, there and yeah, that's not great, but okay. That's fine. We can role play that out. All right, so you all see, and I'm gonna really quickly just pull up a different. I just need to get my stat blocks, and because we're having some technical difficulties on the tool I use for everything, I have to pull it up on a different location. There we
This
go.
is the
Okay.
downside of everything being localized in that respect.
Yes, definitely. Okay, there we go. Got it, and got it. All right, so Asher and Trixie. The first thing that happens, and we're not necessarily in battle initiative unless that's how you react to this. I just needed to get the initiative order down because it's going to result in battle.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, you could have dinner first for all I care, but it's probably going to happen. Somebody's not going to let you leave. But Asher and Tanzanite, as you're kind of there in the wall, that's one of those skeletal hands reaches forward and grabs your arms and tries to drag you in. This is a grapple check, strength based. So if you can both roll strength athletics checks, and
That is a 14 with my -1 is a 13.
Okay.
Tanzanite, you muted.
Tanzanite.
Still muted.
You.
Yes, you're muted. Think we lost you.
You chose to mute yourself on the. You can hit the button. You can hit the button. It's down at the bottom of the screen.
I think I accidentally muted Larissa instead of
You
unmuting
did.
me.
And then you did the
With great power
Oh, it was
comes.
so good.
Did you roll an nat
So
20?
good.
No.
For those who are listening, Jess was muted, accidentally muted me, and then proceeded to give what she rolled and do the
Like
strong man flex.
Okay, so what did you get?
Oh,
Jess?
21.
21. Okay.
So good.
So, Jess, you quickly rip your hands out of these skeletal arms, just your arms free. You're like, cleric ninja moves, and you're out. Just in time to watch as Asher gets drug right over the top of the barrier.
Oh my god, wee!
You have a moment of reaction time to see if you can do anything at all or not.
So it was just arms? Like there wasn't
Just
a
these
body?
skeletal arms have been reaching over, and two of them grabbed you. You got free. Two of them grabbed Asher and started dragging Asher over the top of the barrier.
I am going to where's my do I get like a full action or just like a little
It's a reaction.
a
It's gotta be
reaction?
quick.
Okay.
Whatever
So
you've
reaction.
got going on.
I'm a let them pull him over and jump over.
Oh my god, bye.
so
Bye.
you rip
Okay,
free of the
bye.
skeletal hands, and you are not grappled. Asher, you are grappled. You're being held by these creatures.
I feel like briefly she just like uses my ankle to like pull herself up a little.
Yeah. I
climbs
use
over
I
you to
use
get up.
him and the arms as ladders. Just dun, 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 dun.
Nice.
And I go, thank you.
Come on up. Ugh.
Like, oh, why are you stepping on me? Yeah. So
And I say to the
Wow.
skeleton, she's super into me. Can't keep her hands off me, so.
And it had grappled you, and now it is going to let me see if I do this right. It has grappled you, it's trying to hold you. And it is going to try to bind you up, and a second skeleton is getting involved as well. It's going to try to bind you up in its arms and thus restrain you. So it's trying to move from grappled to restrained. Go ahead and roll another strength check, athletics check if you have better in that. You beat this. So you're still grappled and held,
Okay.
but you aren't completely disadvantaged with regard to attack rolls and dexterity saving throws. So you're not quite hogtied, but you are still being wrestled with. So Tanzanite, you come over to the other side. Trixie, you're sitting there, and you can see that Asher is being kind of wrestled with. Tanzanite leaps over what remains of the barrier. The three skeletons that are not involved in trying to wrangle Asher are turning towards Tanzanite. Does anyone say anything, or
I'm gonna be like, "Hi," to Trixie.
And Trixie's still just sitting down. Nothing has gotten her.
nothing is reaching out to her? But these skeletal beings are between the exit and where Trixie is currently seated, and you can see just beyond that there's this throne, and now there's sitting this creature that I'll give a better description now. It looks like this being at one time probably lived fairly well. And Asher, it's obvious to you in this moment that this is an image of the being that had come through that portal, but just older, much, much older. It shouldn't be alive because the time between just seems to have been too great. It's gaunt and skeletal, humanoid, but the withered flesh is stretched tight across its bones. Its eyes succumbed to decay at some point, but there's this red burning glow from those empty eye sockets, which is what gave the eye such a feral and frightening look in that black and white image. It's why it threw everything off. And it's garbed in what looks like at one point were probably really nice clothes, but have moldered and become dull. There's some jewelry as well, but where gold should shine, it's now just brassied down and tarnished. Where once a ruby would have been a sparkling gem, it's now covered in such a film of gunk that it is no longer refracting light at all, but seems to almost be absorbing the light, and it looks less red and more black. That this is a being that has definitely embraced the ability to step away from death in a way that is pretty horrifying. But yes, this is what you see before you. So with all of that, based on the reactions that I've gotten, the skeletons are again going to try to first grapple Tanzanite and to try to restrain Asher. So could both of you roll another strength check?
Unhand me, bony man. Or athletics or strength?
Athletics or strength, whichever one you want.
15. For athletics, 15.
Okay.
16 for me.
Okay. Asher, again, you fight off the continue. It's Trixie, to you as an observer, it looks like a wrestling battle of some sort. Asher fighting off being held greater than just being held. Tanzanite, they gained the upper hand in this time with three of them. They're able to hold you, and they are proceeding to try to restrain you as well. And you know that that's going to be coming.
Where are my spells?
Trixie, do you have a reaction to all of this as your friends are currently being detained?
I am going to speak. Are you quite finished over there? Sorry, they're fighting over a toy. Not fighting, but
That's fine.
speaking of wrestling,
We should have the dogs roll the restrained.
I'm going to speak again and say, if you unhand them, they will come to me of their own free will.
Oh, but I don't need them to come to you. I need them to come to me. then you will come as well.
Well, if you unhand them now, we can all come to you together.
I wish it were so. And you see it put its hands up again in kind of a strange gesture of sorts. And they a bright light appears right behind Asher. And Asher, one last strength. It can be athletics.
We're going up. 19.
They rolled a nat 20. So you see Asher just get pulled into that bright light. Thump, and appear in another splash of darkness, this time behind the throne, restrained by
bye.
2 skeletons, unable to move and stuck.
How far is that away from me?
It's probably about 30 or 40 feet from you. Kind of like maybe 50 feet because he's behind the throne, 50
Okay.
feet. Asher, from this angle, you can make out that there's like a pool. In another world, it'd be a sauna, but it's filled with black tar.
Gross.
And that is where presumably the creature came from when it was first disturbed from its rest. Tanzanite, can you go ahead and roll your athletics check?
Oh, that's the wrong button.
Okay, bye.
18.
18. It rolled a nat 1, so you actually escaped the bounds and are
Oh.
free again. I rolled with advantage because there was more than one of them, and I still failed terribly because I rolled 2 nat 1s in a row. So my dice are now dead. So you successfully rip free and are able to dart towards Trixie, if you would like to, or you could say they're play with the skeletons. But you both can make out Asher is being held behind the leash's throne. And at this point, what are you doing? You spoke to it. It did not seem to respond, and now it has one of your friends held captive, Trixie. Tanzanite, can you just roll a... What do you think, given your work towards gaining control over the domain of death, what would be the type of check you would do to understand a creature with relationship to death? Like if you were examining Trixie and her relationship with death, what would that look like? If you were going to try to understand the relationship of death that a cow that was about to be, or in our world, a bat that was about to be slaughtered for food, in its relationship to death, how would you perceive those things?
I guess I'm not totally sure exactly what you mean by that, because I assume it would just be like an insight check.
Okay, so it'd be like deep internal, based on your wisdom as a being seeking control of this domain.
Yeah.
That's where it would come from.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna throw in an additional skill for you,
Okay.
and we're gonna call it your death skill. Gonna just
Death
edit.
skill.
Gonna throw it on your skills list.
Ooh,
Oh.
aren't you special?
I can't type though. Well, I'll throw it on there later, but go
Right,
ahead and roll a d20 and add your proficiency modifier and your wisdom modifier to it. So that should be a +4 +3, I think. This game does not like me today.
Nat 20 plus those things.
Nice.
Awesome. So this is total of 29. And with that kind of like that instinctual connection to your connection to the dead, you can see all of your shadows are straining to be as far away from the leash as possible. They don't seem to have that same reaction towards the skeletons. And you get the sense that there isn't anything connected to the soul with regard to the skeletons, but this leash, this creature is skipping the natural cycle of death forcibly, and through that process harming others. It's pulling in and stealing other souls, and you can see that it's already trying to attempt to do the same thing to Asher as he's standing there held. He doesn't feel it yet at this point, but through your death magic and with a nat 20 on that, you can see that it is already trying to disrupt Asher's life to pull his soul into something, and that something appears to be the seat on which it sits.
The throne that it sits on.
Yes.
His Charlotte.
His Charlotte, yes. The death Charlotte and the leash Charlotte. And with that, I need all three of you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh. I got an 8.
I got a 15 after blowing a lucky point.
Okay.
19.
Awesome. So what happens is, Trixie, you feel this wave of just malice emanating from the creature. It's clearly only feigning politeness, but it does not care at all. It was merely sitting there waiting for an opportunity to gather more. And the only thing that kept it from immediately pouncing on you was the idea that you might be bringing more to it. So kind of spider in the web sort of like creepiness vibe from that. And all of you except for Trixie take 15 points of necrotic damage.
1-5?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are resistant to that or have immunity to that, you'll be able to apply those changes. Trixie, you take half as much damage. So with an odd number, we go to half and then drop down. So that means you're only taking 7 points of damage. And you can feel the space grow even darker in that hit as it pulls things from you. And we are now officially in initiative order. So Asher, you are currently restrained behind the leash. What are you trying to do?
Damn you, Arthas. I thought I beat you already. Sorry. That's the Lich King from World War. I am going to say, get your hands off me. You don't know, but you're nasty. Gross. Okay, bye. And I'm going to dimension door over across the room by Tanzanite.
Yeah. And reversing what had originally occurred with the first dimension door, pulling a skeleton pair with Asher in tow to them, Asher pulls himself away, and there's this ripping sound as Asher is dragged from the two skeletons who, commanded by their leash, didn't leave, but in the process, and this is for flavor and fun more than anything else, Asher appears next to you with two skeletal arms attached, and the two skeletons at the other side are now one limb less.
And then I will...
Thank you, Jess. Thank you
Buffy, for your contributions. And then I will... Wait. Oh, that is a bonus action. I will say...
Where are my bonus actions? I think I really have any.
Rise, dance, animate, come to life and fight for me. Alas, still no more. And I might have used that before, sorry. But I'm going to animate the throne.
Cool. As your magic hits that, and I need you to roll it's going to be a magic save of some sort. It's going to be your, I think it's your spell save. No, it's going to be let's do your spell attack. I think your spell attack is higher anyways. Roll your spell attack and we'll see if that beats
30.
the 30.
Jesus.
And going against a big, huge, bad. Ooh, it rolled low. So that's only you do that, and as you seek to animate the throne, you see alarm pass over the face of the leash. And what's harder to understand is that like something that had just been pulled from you a little bit and tugged from you is now reattached to you, and it kind of comes back with a snap. It's like somebody hit you with a rubber band from way too close. And
My soul.
yeah. And the leash looks quite alarmed at what you've just done.
Good.
All right.
I'm out of
So
moves.
that's
That's what I got.
your turn.
Just to confirm, Asher is now back by us.
Yes.
Okay.
The three of
I
you are
went
together.
next to Tanzanite. I don't know if you were by Tanzanite. I missed that. If you
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Tanzanite came up to me. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, the three of you are together. You're in a little group. The three skeletons that were near Tanzanite are behind you. 2 skeletons, minus 1 arm each, and the leash are ahead of you. And there is a now animated throne.
Does it get an attack on the first cast?
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's 6 skeletons and an animated chair.
It's 5 skeletons, 1 leash, and an animated chair. And
When you
the
say
three of you.
leash, you mean that the main one that was talking, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lich. Lich.
Oh,
I always heard it
Like
lich, but I don't know.
leash. That's what I.
Lich.
I just pronounce things weird because I'm who I am.
Lychee.
Should just remember the Brazier comment. They both sound the same to me.
I thought it was
Don't know
leash,
how you
like
hear them
like
differently.
he had a leash on him.
I forgot what I was rolling for. Oh, the chair. I guess what is it? My spell attack to hit or no? That's not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How do combat been so long?
Okay. So, oh yeah, spell attack modifier to hit. Okay, so that is a dirty 20 to the skeletons with the one arm. One of the skeletons with the one arm that was holding me.
Okay. So dirty 20 to hit. That definitely hits. Roll the damage.
I was definitely prepared to animate something today.
The clatter of the skeleton being hit sounds like the roll of dice on the dice tray. Just
11.
11.
11 damage. 11.
Yeah. That throne hits and just bone fly everywhere. The other arm flies off in another direction. The rib cage goes from being a rib cage to just being a spine. It's kind of barely holding itself together. It's just a skeleton. It was never meant for much more than being a skeleton, obedient to its creator, but otherwise just a skeleton. This one is the one that had the tail that you originally enjoyed meeting so far. And after it gets smacked by the thing, it immediately turns to the group of you as well as the other 4 skeletons coming from angles and begin marching towards you. Let me just see here really quickly. Okay, so the ones that are behind the throne approach and just step in front of the throne, the single spined one trying its best to provide cover for its master. But the 3 behind you come up quite quickly, and rather than reaching forward with their arms to grab you or hold you, This time they take and they start cleaving the air towards you, Tanzanite, first with its long serrated arm. And it is going to try to attack you. So it's going to be a 17 to hit.
No.
It clings off as you kind of block with your mace, popping it away, leaving it a little bit more open. The next one goes in for another swipe at you. Nat ones it, swings its as the mace and serrated bone kind of edge off of each other. It was reaching down to the same point, clangs and bounces, and its arm shakes for a moment as it stumbles backwards for a second. And the third one sweeps low and 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 to hit, 23 to hit.
Yes.
So it pokes forward with its arm, the sharpened fingertips just sneaking through as your mace is holding up high the other two attacks. And you take 5 points of piercing damage. All right.
Boop.
Tanzanite, you are up next. Trixie, you are up after that. What do you do?
I will. Let me go to what I'm going to do. All right. Okay, first off, if I can even do this, what time of day is it?
You went down late afternoon, I believe. And it's been hours down here.
So you would
Mumbling
consider
around.
it nighttime.
Probably, yes.
Okay. I want to reach out and cast I'm not sure if I can do this because I've never really done it, and they're kind of I'm going to just say it. I'm going to attempt to create undead, and I can do 3, but they're kind of already alive-ish. But I want to try to like send my shadows to.
You want to create this so that your shadows become and occupy the space as your version of the undead minion. So it's not that they're undead, it's that they're now shadow. We'll use the undead stat block and everything,
Yeah.
but your shadows are become those things.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I was hoping to do one of the ones behind me, one of the ones in front of me, and then the main one. I don't know if that's possible. Like, I want to take over the main guy.
Oh, so what are you casting again? Because I think I'm
It's
confused.
called Undead. Where is it? Where'd you go? Create Undead.
That would be creating, not taking over somebody else's.
Ah, okay. So I'm still gonna do it with the 3 then, not
Yeah,
the
like-
main guy.
Again, that's taking over somebody else's undead. So you're just creating
They're already
your own.
undead, yeah.
Your shadows become 3 undead beings.
Alternatively, you just piece
I
together a bunch of random bones from this room
see.
and make more.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, like thinking about all of your different things, because I think you have turn undead, a bunch of other different things.
yeah.
Which
this
one
says,
is this?
This just says create undead level 6. You can cast this spell only at night. Choose up to 3 corpses within range. Each corpse becomes a ghoul under your control.
Okay.
And then it says the GM has game statistics for these creatures, and then a bunch of other information.
Of course it does. It throws it at me all the time. I am not seeing this thing, so I'm trying to find it. You said it was a 6th level spell?
Yes.
I don't see it anywhere, which is, D&D Beyond being bad. But I
Here,
want
check
to
your
be
Discord.
helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So I would say that in this space, you can easily locate 3 corpses
Okay, but it's not. I can't like
And-
take over the ones that are already there.
Yeah, these are
I see.
skeletons that are in a similar way already under the control of another undead being.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This you would be pulling up 3 corpses to animate them with your shadows, and mentally be able to command them. That's totally fine. You can easily do that. They just wouldn't be these skeletal creatures.
Okay. In that case, can I take that back? And I'm
Okay.
gonna simply create my spiritual weapon. Is what I want to do.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Easily enough. Your what does your weapon look like again?
It's just my
Your mace bigger, right?
my mace just big. Yeah. Thank you. I was like, words.
Yeah. So yeah. And what level are you casting this at?
Yeah. Can I do it at higher?
Yeah, you can do it higher. You can do it. Every level that you cast it up on gives you 1d8 for every 2 slots above second. So if you do it at 4th, it'll give you another d8. If you do it at 6th, it'll give you another d8.
Oh, I see. Okay. I want to do it at 4th level.
All right. Spiritual weapon comes ablaze. Who are you going to hit first?
I want to hit the main. No, let me go ahead and take out one of the ones closest to me.
All right. Yeah. So you swing your mace, pop, and roll the attack.
All right. That'll be 18.
That hits. So that's going to be, I think, at 4th level, it's 3d8 plus 4.
4th level is 2d8 plus 4.
It's plus 1d8 because you're at 4th level with the casting of it. Because isn't it at the I could be wrong.
2d8. What did I say?
So you said 2d8, but isn't it more d8s?
Oh, I don't know. It says 2d8 on backstage.
Oh no, at the first level it's 1d8. So yeah, 2d8. Sorry, I can't count either. 2d8 plus 4. So roll the damage. Darn it.
No wonder you have different things. Jess is looking at backstage.
Oh man, 8.
8 total. So you did the 2d8 plus 4 and got a total of 8. Ouch.
Yes.
So yeah, you smash into it. Your mace gets the spiritual mace gets stuck into the rib cage of one for a little bit, shakes a bit to rattle its cage. Its rib cage. Pop that spiritual mace back out, and that was your bonus action. So what are you doing for your action and movement?
For my action, I want to take my little mace, and I want to run and smack the main guy.
Oh, so you're going to try to run all the way up to him. Probably just a little bit far because there are 2 skeletons actively protecting it.
Okay, well then I'll do one of the first ones, like
you're
one
going
of
to
the
hit
guard
one of the
guys.
2 that are standing right in front.
Yeah.
So are you going to take the one that's like already been whacked by a throne, or are you going to take the fresh one?
Whacked by the throne.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Take this! 19!
Hits. Roll the damage.
Oh, I did the wrong one. Wait, here. Let me clear on that. Okay. Go. And go. So 14.
Yeah, definitely.
I was like, math.
Burst of clouds of bone debris in all directions as you take out, maybe a straight hit from below, spine splintering out in all directions, and then no longer a skeletal warrior, but just a pile of bone dust in front of you.
And
as you banish that back to the
if I can, if you'll let me, as like a little bonusy thing, I want to point my mace at the main guy and be like, "You are defying the natural order of death, and I will correct this." Just,
You kind of get the feral grin, but like there's a worry here because its throne is now doing things, and you just whacked like it's been in a protracted campaign against the robotic creatures of this place and slowly whittling them down and on the verge of victory. But now 3 random people show up and just blow through one of its skeletons like that, take over its throne and turn its throne against it. Its comfy seat is now no longer a trusted ally, but been turned against it. And there's definitely like this consternation, but also just feral hatred and a little bit of that rolls forth as it says, "The first challenge in centuries. I am so ready for this." It's clearly not ready for this. That takes us to Trixie.
All right. Is so there's one left between us and the leader. I am going to kind of charge it and do like a almost kind of like a not a softball swing, but like a Happy Gilmore wind up.
yes.
Okay.
In an attempt.
So what are you going for? Which thing?
I'm going for the skeleton that's between us and
So you're leaving behind
the lich.
the 3 that were nearest you all.
Yes.
Okay. This time they are going to take their reaction and try to hit you as you run.
Oh, I didn't realize they were that close.
Oh yeah. They
Okay.
were trying to smack. So they are going to try to take their reaction and try to hit you. Does a 14 hit?
No.
Well, then that definitely doesn't hit. Okay, none of them hit you. But
Okay.
like behind, as Trixie like darts away, you can see
Just fuck,
they were
boy.
willing to let one go because that like that in
Yes.
their world and commands that made sense, but to let 2 go was too many. And now they're just like whoo, whoo, whoo. All 3 of those skeletons' reactions spent. And you are up at this other fresh skelly. What are you doing? Golf swing?
Yes, I am essentially golf swinging up. I'm
Roll your
literally like
attack.
aiming for the pelvic bone, like between the legs, trying to get it to just go.
Almost in a repetition of the first move where Tanzanite maced it and split the spinal column that was all that remained of the other one. You're taking another swing from an even lower vantage point, straight up. And what is the attack?
That is a 26.
That definitely hits. Roll the damage.
Okay. Oh shoot! I had all this time and I didn't grab my dice because I'm a doofus. Okay. That is 15 bludgeoning.
So yeah, the bludgeoning, you start at the pelvis, and in a perfect recreation with the pelvis attached as well this time of what Tanzanite had done, splinters of bone go off in multiple directions. The one arm that remains falls down. The legs totter for a moment as they're split by the sharp side of your shovel before they split one half of pelvis, the other half of pelvis, and the head crushes down before the crack becomes apparent as it lands on the ground, and it too splits as you cleanly bludgeon your way through the pelvis to cranium of that skeleton, and it is gone.
All
Nothing between you and the leash and the throne that is currently has unseated the leash and
All right. I am now going to do a follow-up swing, my second
Mhm.
attack. And I'm aiming for his head.
Okay, roll the attack.
Ooh, maybe not. 21.
You go to make that swing, and as you go to make that swing, it holds up an arm like this, and a glowing barrier appears, and boom, your shovel glances off this glowing barrier around it as it
Hang on.
casts shield on itself as a reaction.
I am going to.
It's okay. Let it go. It's not bad. Just
Well, you don't hear it the way I do. Stop it.
keep on.
I am going to try to follow up with an unarmed strike.
Mhm.
Just I guess flurry of blows, but I would like to do it with one hand because I'll be holding my shovel in the other.
Yeah, it's a flurry of blows. It could
Yeah.
be your feet. It could be your hands. It could be a headbutt. Flurry of blows. It's your color. You decorate it.
Okay.
Roll your attacks.
All right. First one. Ooh, well, that's an 18 straight, so that's a 28. Yep.
That does hit. Like the first of your flurry of blows, you swing under cutting and smack, and its arcane shield is pushed away for a moment so that you get that hit in. Roll your next attack. It's going to be a few attacks.
That's another 21. Or no, I lied. That's only an 18. Never mind.
18 total.
Yeah.
That misses. So
Yeah.
Whoosh.
Okay.
And
So the first one.
The first one hit.
No, I only get 2.
Okay. So roll the damage for that one.
13.
13.
Bludgeoning. Yeah.
Great. Cool. Anything else you're doing in this? That was action and bonus action.
I'm going to stay.
Okay.
I'm going to stay.
Using its legendary action, the leash reaches forward to you and touches you. Does a 30 hit? I'm guessing it does. But
yes, it does.
your all your ACs are climbing up there, so I've been very aware of where you're all getting. You take 10 cold damage, and I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Pitter pats.
You're muted.
19.
You feel for a moment this paralysis creep through your veins before you're able to, through your monkish awesomeness and general and anatomical superiority, flush your own system of whatever was coming across with that cold, and you throw off what would have been paralysis. But you are now aware of what it can do. And then it's its turn. So it's going to take its turn, and it is
Going to boot me again.
Well, it booped you, and you rejected the freeze in place and hold still, little monkey. So now what it's going to do is it's going to disappear. And I would like you both, Tanzanite and Trixie, since you're closest to it, to go ahead and roll perception checks. And it gets to see if you're able to overcome what it...
Unnatural 20.
Okay. And Tanzanite?
15.
Trixie, with your unnatural 20, you think you hear the scraping of cloth. It has not left. It is somewhere here, but you can't track where that sound went. So you don't get an attack of opportunity, but this leash is now invisible and mobile somewhere in the space. Okay. That takes the end of its turn that you're able to witness. And we're back to the top of the order with Asher.
Oh, hello. I got
They left you
three of them.
behind with 3 skeletons.
Guess who doesn't have a lot of melee attacks or attack spells?
Except you have a flying chair.
That's near you two.
Yeah, it's over by
you
you
can't,
still.
and you can't move it.
I
Not
can.
that far.
It moves 30 feet. I don't know how far away I am.
Yeah, it's just a little over 30 feet.
I will. So it's 3 skeletons in front of me, and then they're
3 skeletons behind where you are. Like, so if we were to picture it as a scroller game, there's the leash over here, or where it was, and the throne. There's your 2 friends. There's you, and then there's the 2 skeletons, or the 3 skeletons right behind you, and the spiritual weapon hanging out with you.
So I could run over to them without the skeletons being in between us, but they would get a
Yes,
reaction.
and because they already used their reaction, they don't have a reaction.
Hey,
Not the.
I'm gonna
set
run
reactions
over to
to
my
occur
friends
after
and
your
then turn
turn,
around
which
and
may not
shoot
be
at
rules,
one of
but
the.
okay.
I'm gonna run over to my friends and turn around and shoot at the middle skeleton.
Okay, roll the attack.
Wait, is that 40 feet or more?
It'd be about 30 plus feet, but not quite 40. You can only run 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you probably can't run quite far enough to be at the optimal range, but you could roll with disadvantage and still get the shot.
Okay, we'll do that, I guess.
From what you've seen, these skeletons aren't exactly the most robust creatures in the world.
Does a 17 hit?
Yep.
Okay.
Roll the damage.
Where are you?
The click clack. People of the dice.
10.
I'd really want that to catch on. Or creatures of dice would be really good.
17 damage to the middle one.
17 damage to the middle one. It just, that shot hits. I don't know where it hits. Maybe it's a sternum shot, but just bone shatter in all directions. And again, bone dust. Anything else from you? That was movement and action.
Yeah. Let's see. I would like to say. Shit. I don't have any bardic inspiration. Like who's written. I will look at Trixie and say, "Hey, good job today. I'm glad that you're here with me. Keep up the good work." And I'm going to cast bardic inspiration.
Awesome. Trixie, you hear this and you're like, usually, I mean, his work has been questionable, but this one is a little rough. And yet you still feel like
The intention was good, all right?
you're the brother I never knew I needed. And you are filled with the D10 of bardic inspiration, correct?
Yes.
And then the throne, is the throne up to anything?
Does oh Lord,
What are you going for?
force slam attack.
And that's how much movement does it have?
I still have one skeleton right next to it, right? Or-
No, they demolished the
Oh,
skeletons.
they're both dead. It has
You could
30 feet.
randomly swing for wherever you think the leash might be, or you could just get its movement to get closer to the other 2 skeletons.
I will
It's up
force
to you.
empowered slam all the way to as close as I can get to them in case I run into the other guy.
Okay, so what I need you to do is I need you to roll an attack with disadvantage,
Oh,
just to see if
You
you
literally
might
don't know what
randomly
you're
smack into it.
swinging.
I know, but I rolled a 31 on the first attack.
Oh.
Dang.
29.
Yeah, it just swooshes through, and all of you think you hear at the point of which this is happening, which might be a leash style saying of "oh shit," but there is no connecting force.
Boo. I do have another idea, but it has to wait till my next turn.
So, sorry, I needed to.
And I need
Count
everybody to
something
be
else.
behind me.
Well, at this point, you kind of rearrange the room so that that's
Yeah.
somewhat like that. The two remaining skeletons come charging up to Asher, trying to follow him, and they are both going to try to take their swings at you, Asher. Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay,
Squishy!
you take 5 points of piercing damage from the first one. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah. Oh, wait, if it's the same, is that a no? Or is
No,
it a
it's
yes?
a yes.
Then
Yes,
yes.
it's the same.
I see 17.
So you take total of 10 hit points of piercing damage.
Ow! Ow!
And they don't do other cool things because they're not very smart. They're legitimately dumb. They have a -2 to their intelligence.
Well,
And their boss isn't bossing them around. So that takes us to Tanzanite.
right. All right.
You've
So
got your ethereal glowing club of boop or bonus actions if you want, or whatever it is. I have no idea at this point. I forget.
yeah, it's a
And
bonus.
you have but it doesn't take a spell slot anymore.
Correct.
Remember.
Yep.
So you can cast a full spell as an action. You can do all your different abilities as an action that you want to action.
I'm ready.
And then okay,
So
what are you doing?
first off, is there now one skeleton in front of the main guy, or did he also go after Asher? Was he one
The
of the
leash
three?
disappeared in front of Trixie's eyes.
Yes, I remember that.
After booping her and failing his boop. And is somewhere. The two skeletons that were there with him are gone.
They're both
the throne
gone.
went
Okay.
flinging by y'all as Asher controlled it to try to smack anything in between. You heard a "oh shit." Then a skeleton was also shot and blown up. The two skeletons came and tried to smack on Asher. The throne is back where the skeletons were. The skeletons are up near where you all are now. They've reversed the room a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so then all I'm
The
going to
leash
do
is
is
in places
simply going to change who I'm going to attack. So I'm going to use, where did you go? Here it is. I just saw you. Where did you? Oh, there you are. Okay. At second level, I'm going to do inflict wounds on one of the skeletons messing with Asher.
Yay.
Okay, so
And that is a 25 to hit.
awesome.
Nope, that's not right. Oh, yes it is. Yes it is.
Okay.
And
What is it?
then it's
You said it's not right.
damage. It is right. It is right. Sorry.
Okay. It definitely hits. What is the damage?
And damage is 18. I thought I was
Again,
looking at
another-
the wrong spell, but I was not. I was looking at the right one.
Oh, okay. So this is a melee attack. So it's close enough that you're able to move forward and smack at it with this spell empowering your mace. And when you smack in this kind of way, all of this necrotic energy gets inverted somehow through your death magics and your positionality of respecting and caring for death. And you disincorporate every aspect of the skeleton structure, leaving one skeleton remaining.
And with my bonus action, I'm just going to go bonk with my spiritual weapon to that last skeleton.
The game
Roll
of
the
boobs.
attack.
Spiritual bonk.
The
All right.
spiritual bonk.
Spiritual bonk is a 15.
Hits.
Okay, good. Damage 14.
Dead. The last skeleton gone. And is that your turn and everything?
My I want to move. I just want to move like 10 feet somewhere. I don't really care what direction. Like, I just want to be like, this kind of like a looking, waiting.
Like against the wall, maybe?
Yeah, I want to back up 10 feet to get against a wall, my back to the wall.
Okay. Awesome. So you move in that space. So you're the only one who's moved beyond the range of what hits next.
Oh.
And appearing about 20 feet from Trixie and Asher and about 40 feet from Tanzanite is the leash again, as it uses its legendary action to try to disrupt all life once again. And I need you both to make a DC Constitution saving throw, skipping the number because I don't want to tell you yet because you have to have it happen.
Nat
to you
20!
I was.
I'll say with the nat 20, you just shrug off all the effects of what's coming.
I just like matrix it.
There's no half. You fully escape the, like, as that happens, you're just, yes, matrixing it, but also the your soul already got pulled on once and you're like, no, that's my soul, back off.
17?
17
Not
does
a nat
not
20.
make it.
Oh, no.
So you take 21 points of necrotic damage.
Owie!
Ow.
And with that legendary action used, but it's visible to you, Trixie, it is your turn. You are up.
How far away? It's
20 feet
20
from
feet
you.
from me? All right. I am going to put my shovel away again. And I'm just gonna run up on it and go to punch him right in his
Punchy Puncherson.
dead face.
All right, roll your attacks. While you're rolling your attacks, I'm gonna go grab the thing that I was trying to grab before.
22.
22 hits.
Okay. First, the second attack. Ooh, 23.
23 hits.
And then I'm gonna do another flurry of blows. Let me just mark off the key point. So that's two more. Yeah, 2 more. 15.
Miss.
26.
Hits.
Okay.
You got 3 hits. Roll the damage for those.
Okay. 11. 9. Ah! It's decreasing as I roll. An 8. 11,
For
9, and
all
8.
that this looks like a frail being, you see it just absorbing these blows as you make them. Its mouth grins wider. Its canines sharper and longer than they should be. And it whispers to you, "Oh, you are a gift, returning the excitement long past." And it's going to use a legendary action to try once again to keep you as its present. And it reaches out and touches you. You take, let's see, if you take it, does 28 hit?
Yes.
You take a 10 cold damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
$14.
This time, that cold seeps deeper within you, and you suddenly can't move. You are, for Mechanics World, paralyzed for 1 minute, and you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on yourself with a success. Tanzanite and Asher, you witness the flurry of motion that is Trixie suddenly still.
Okay.
And for those of you who don't know, because we haven't used this yet, paralyzed creature is incapacitated. He automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls against this creature have advantage. Any attack that hits the creature is critical if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. So just so you all know, just so you're aware, because that's a thing.
I'm in a pickle.
I'm in a pickle. And as the pickle stays frozen, unable to even say the word pickle, the leash takes its turn and once again disappears from sight. Tanzanite and Asher, not you, Trixie, because you're paralyzed. Would both of you roll a perception check to see how well you're able to track this creature while it's invisible?
Sorry, one more time. A perception?
Perception checks.
Great, thank you.
please.
28.
Okay.
24.
Wow. Both of you are awesome. You can't see it, but you know the vague direction from which it's going because it keeps letting its tattered robes drag over the muck. And so you hear it just in time to kind of like snap your eyes over and see some of the muck resettle into its space. So you have a vague idea of where it is. And what I'll say what this does for you mechanically is that if you do try to do an attack against it, you only have disadvantage rather than no chance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
There may be other things you choose to do as well that are more useful and more powerful, but you have a general sense of where it is at. It has moved away from Trixie in its movement phase of what it was doing. That takes us to the top of the order with Asher.
Oh shit! I was a dumbass and didn't use my inspiration.
Um,
I'm kind
sorry.
of glad you didn't because I kind of wanted somebody to get paralyzed. It's got to collect its snacks. You're snack one.
It's better in person because I can hand you the dice. So
Just airmail them each time.
can I turn in such a way that I'm facing Mr. Draggy Robes without facing Tanzanite or Trixie?
Based on the position, if you move up near Trixie, you can turn and face in the direction where you saw the movement without hitting Tanzanite or Trixie pretty easily.
I'm going to do that. I'm going
10
to
feet of
turn
movement.
Oh no!
towards the movement.
Oh no!
And I'm going to say,
No.
pain and agony, the colors of the rainbow, all up in your face. And I'm going to cast prismatic spray,
Oh, I love that spell.
which
I never got to
is
use that as much as I love it.
8 multicolored rays of light flash from your hand. This is really complicated, so it's going to take a minute. Each ray is a different color, has a different power and purpose. Each creature in a 60-foot cone must make a dexterity saving throw for each target. Roll a d8 to determine which color ray affects it. So it has to, as a dex 20 attack or save.
Yep. Okay.
I need a d8.
And I will say that a leash, while dexterous is not uber dexterous, it does not make the 20. So
Okay,
it
so
is
this will
definitely
be
affected.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Target takes 10d6 cold damage on a failed save. So
Okay, cool.
I've had these
So that-
dice sitting here for weeks, just waiting.
Oh, it takes cold damage. Damn it!
Yeah, I really wanted fire. It's random. It's based on
I
the
know.
D8,
I know.
but fire would have been awesome.
I love the cone effect and then the D8 per and choosing which one. So much fun.
32. 32.
32. So those prismatic beams are going off in all directions, but one seems to hit something for a moment invisibly, and you hear a screech, but it's not quite the screech it should have been, as this being has resistance to cold damage. But you do hear a screech. You did get to pick off
You
some
nicked
hit
him.
points. And it was really, really cool. It probably also sets Tanzanite up for a better chance of smacking something.
Mm-hmm.
That's your action.
For my bonus, I would. Oh wait, no, my bonus action is my animating thing. So I'm going to use its little screech to smack it with its own throne, if I can.
Okay, so roll the attack for the throne. Still roll it with disadvantage, but I'm changing the DC. The AC.
Oh, at a nat 20 and a 17. Does a 17 hit?
17 plus what?
Oh, 29. Sorry.
29. Yes, the 29 hits. You kind of like similar area to where that cold screech was, maybe just a little bit off. The throne clips the leash and roll the damage. Trixie, you can always use your inspiration on your next saving throw. Even though it took you out of the fight, it's still...
11 damage.
11 damage. Cool. Anything else on your turn?
No. That should be it.
Beautiful. So as that whoosh comes through, it's going to use its legendary action once again, and it just stares at you, Asher. It's glaring at you from what you did. It appears out of nowhere and just starts glaring at you.
I would like to use a free action to do this.
And as you reach up to do that, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
That's a +0 on that. Let's see how this goes. That's an 8. Let's re-roll that with my last luck point. Okay, much better. 17.
Still not good enough.
Boom.
Barely not good enough. And even as you go to reach up and give it the double birds, what happens is you suddenly just become irrationally, but probably rationally afraid. You have the
Why
frightened
do I always get
effect.
feared? I always get feared. I'm so afraid of everything.
Freud. You are frightened for 1 minute. You can repeat your saving throw at the end of each of your turns. That would end the effect on you. If you are successful, or the thing that you become immune to it for 24 hours. So right now you're afraid, but if you successfully get through it, you're immune to it. The leash is very much visible to you, Tanzanite, and it is your turn.
Okay, well that changes some
One
stuff.
friend looks panicked. One friend looks frozen in fear. What are you going to do?
Okay,
dear?
well, I'm changing up what I'm going to do because I have an opportunity and I can see it. So I am going to what am I going to do? I'm going to just point my long skinny finger and cast Guiding Bolt at the 6th level.
So scary when you guide that bolt.
And that's going to be a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Yay!
Okay.
Doesn't have the spell slot left to put up the shield.
And a 28 to damage.
That is successfully damaging. You cast Guiding Bolt. You see it thump into the body of this creature. It is starting to look... It already looked ragged from the start because it's a leech, but it's starting to look a little abused. Some of the parched, dried skin is starting to look a little torn, and things are getting a little dangerous for it.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon and thwump him.
Roll the
Spiritual
attack.
bonk.
I bunk you upon the noggin.
I bonk you in the name of
23?
death.
Hits.
Okay.
Without its shield, it doesn't really have a high AC.
And
Well,
a
it has a high
10.
AC. 10 more damage. Awesome.
And then I'm going to say to Trixie, be like, just hold on. I was coming for you, but couldn't miss this opportunity.
And you
Hold
just
on.
hear, you just hear.
Exactly.
Asher, go ahead and no, wait. Where were we? I'm messing up.
Me.
Trixie, go ahead and roll a saving throw.
What
That
kind
would
of
be-
saving throw?
It's the same one. It's
Oh.
the Constitution saving throw,
Just checking.
which you have a pretty high Constitution, I thought. No?
Not on a save.
Oh,
That's a 6.
Oh,
It's a whole 6.
you are
Oh,
so
God.
paralyzed. Okay. At the end of Trixie's turn, the leech is out of a legendary action, so it's going to have to roll for them at the beginning of its turn, which is right now. And it got them back. It has all of its legendary actions, which
Son of
it'll
a
have to use
bitch.
after somebody else's turn. And it is going to, since it's visible and available to all, it is going to look at this group. And it's going to see where you're all standing. And it just says, join me in decrepitude. And it casts Blight.
no.
Wash of necromantic energy just washes over all three of you and the
And Charlotte.
yeah, and Charlotte. But that's his own Charlotte, so it doesn't affect Charlotte. And you all need to make a Constitution saving throw if you can. I believe all of you can. Constitution saving throw.
You sure about that? 17?
Oh, natural 20.
Okay.
I make that one.
Not bad for someone who's paralyzed. You're like, I'm going to dodge this anyway, even though I can't move.
Well, I'm not dodging
as,
it.
like,
It's more like
taking
I'm
the
just
hit.
going. I'm already clenching, so I just clench harder.
18
Clench
for
the-
me.
18 for you.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Okay.
As pretty as these dice
you
are, Rurik,
also
they're
made
so
the
hard to
save.
read.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
those ones are really gorgeous and impossible to read, especially when you're racing to get the right things. 5, 6. I should have done a pre-roll on this. I didn't think I was going to have to use it. 7,
I don't like that they keep counting.
8. Okay. Ooh, nice. So if you rolled an 18 or higher, you're only taking half this damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Why do you hate me?
Pardon.
3, 4, 5,
Bless you.
6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31,
Oh, I'm going to be hurting.
42.
Oh my god.
48 points of necrotic
God.
damage
Not quite dead yet.
to anybody is the full amount, half as much if you are making the save or if you are resistant to necrotic damage. And that was
So-
fun.
Was it?
Do I get
Was
any-
it?
do I get
It was super fun.
do I get anything for having a nat 20? Or no?
I would say with a nat 20, you can have it again.
Quarter damage? Okay.
Yeah,
So
this is
12?
like the uber level. This is a 5th level spell that they cast it at, so that's kind of tough.
12?
48.
Yeah.
Okay.
12, yeah. I had to do math again. And it steps back after washing the area in this several feet, while lifting up one hand and pointing it directly at Tanzanite as it steps further and further back. And that's the end of its turn, which takes us to Asher, who can roll a saving throw. This was for the frightened condition,
I'm
which is a
scared.
wisdom. Okay. That takes us to Tanzanite.
Okay.
crookedly pointing evil finger at you.
Okay.
Your friend is scared. Your other person is.
He's scared real slow because he's limping a lot and bleeding a lot.
I'm going
And
to.
Asher, you're frightened.
Oh wait, can I still cast
You have
spells and stuff?
disadvantage on ability checks and stuff like. You just can't go closer to it. So let's finish your up.
Oh, in that
Okay.
case. In that case, I am going to say
If you have a spell that would remove the condition from yourself, if you have a spell that can fire from long distance away.
I do, but also I'm almost dead, so I'm not sure if I should heal myself. Okay, let's do this. I will say took a little time. Wait, no, that's not right. Sorry, wrong poem.
Took a little time.
My usual
on the
words
subway train.
may not be enough for this. Let's try something else. And I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration on myself to remove the fear, I think.
Awesome. Even if it doesn't exist in that format and it doesn't behave that way, I feel like it should, because restoration should be
Oh,
awesome.
shit. Blind, deaf,
What?
and paralyzed or poison, so no. It says touch a creature and you can end one disease or condition afflicting it. Condition can be blind, deaf, paralyzed, or
I
poison.
feel
I
like
still
frightened
feel like
is
the
a
fear
condition.
effect is the same thing. So it's in my world.
I mean, I could
I
just go with
like
my other plan if it doesn't
no.
work.
In my world, I like that spell to do the thing that it does. So yes, you are
Okay.
free of fear.
Okay.
In my world, in my brain,
Under D&D in D&D Beyond, under conditions, frightened is there. So
Yeah, but it specifies. The
it does
condition,
specify, but I feel like
But
fear
this
is
is
in
Rurik's
that
homebrew
group.
world, so
yes,
we're
I
fine.
feel like fear is in that
what
group.
they say
So
goes.
it belongs in that group at least.
One of these son of a bitch spells is a bonus action. Give me a second. I'm going to use.
It's funny because I have a feat or a feat that could make me not be charmed or frightened, but I can't do it to someone else.
I'm going to say. I wrote a poem that was said to cure bleeding, but I forgot it. I'm going to cast Healing Word on myself.
So the Lesser Restoration is a spell, and that's a spell, so you can't do two spells.
It's a
So you
bonus
could-
action spell. Healing Word.
Okay, so then either you wouldn't have been able to do the Lesser Restoration to yourself
No,
because you would have
Lesser
to be a
Restoration
cantrip.
No, Lesser Restoration is an action spell, and this is a
Yeah,
bonus
so-
action spell.
Active spells, if you're casting a regular spell as a bonus action, have to be a cantrip.
Oh.
So
Well,
you're
then
kind
I'm
of
just
stuck. Action
dead.
economy is kind of evil with the spells.
Boo.
So to get the Lesser Restoration, which gets you free of the fear, you would lose the bonus action. If you want to heal yourself, you could just bonus action heal yourself and then cast a different cantrip
That's
as
fine.
your main action.
Oh wait, bonus action has to be the animated item. I keep forgetting that. So never mind. I'll use the
It
chair,
doesn't
and
have to be. You can do other things, but yeah, you
Right.
can send the chair after it.
I will just smash it with the chair again.
Yep. Roll the attack. No disadvantage this time because you can see it clearly in your freaked out world.
23 hit.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, sorry, I keep losing this dice. 1 second. Uh, 11 again. 11 damage.
Awesome. It takes that next hit. It reaches out with a legendary action because it did restore them. It's been maintaining eye contact with you even as it gets bowled over by its own chair, Tanzanite. It keeps that finger extended, and this ray of ice comes flying at you. And you need to. Is this a save or a hit? Oh, range spell attack. Okay, so does a 15 hit?
No.
It's pointing, all evilly eyed, sparking, raging coldness
My
spouts from
shadows
its
move it.
fingertips, and it just ploop. The shadows distract and deflect, and the
Sparkler finger.
ice does not. The sparkler does not hit. Nice, Jason. And that takes us to Tanzanite, your turn, because Skeletons all be dead.
So I want to.
Nuke it.
was gonna heal.
That's fine.
Trixie's
I mean, it's
still
looking really beat up. Its skin's torn.
okay. At
Can I tempt you over here? Do you want to handle over here?
I want to
Smash or pass?
How far away am I from it?
At this point, because it backed up and everything, you are currently about 40 feet from it.
40 feet. Okay, in that case, I am going to. Oh, here it is. Okay, at 5th level.
She does the 5th level stuff. It's so scary.
Where'd you go? I'm gonna shoot out a guiding bolt, and it's a 25 to hit.
That definitely hits. Roll the damage.
21.
Woo!
A glowing crater remains in the center of the chest of the Lich as Guiding Bolt gives advantage.
Oh no.
Hey, Google, stop. As Guiding Bolt gives the next attack against this creature advantage. So whoever attacks next will have advantage, whether it's a big staff of maciness or whatever. But you've just given the next attack against it advantage.
Amazing.
Because of that glittery light.
Am absolutely gonna drop my hammer mace. It's not a hammer, but I want to say drop the hammer on him. But it's a mace.
All right, roll the attack.
Okay, and that was at 4th level, so let me go there. There you are. Oh, 19? Oh, I get advantage though.
Yes, you have advantage.
19 still.
Well, it doesn't have its shield spell available, so it's still low in its AC, so that does hit.
Woo!
And as you hit it, roll the damage.
9.
Describe to me how you send death back into the place where it belongs. How do you restore order to death?
I want to. I don't know if I can say that it does this, but basically in my head, my shadows are the ones controlling my spiritual weapon. And so
It's all flavor.
They go over, they grab it, they whack him, and just as he's about to die, I want to say something like, no one can. I wish I was better at words. No one can escape death, and now you will join me as well. And Kapoofa.
Kapoofa. The essence of this creature just seems to disappear and fall apart, and leaving behind bits and pieces of the gross gear and such that it had, and really very little is left besides parts of its corpse and stuff like that. Just there's less than there appeared to be in life. And what I would like for you to do, Tanzanite, as we wrap up this session, is I would like you to roll your death skill.
Okay. And that was something plus something, or is it now on my thing?
It's now on your thing. It's the last thing on your, well, for me, it's the last thing on your list of skills.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Come on, baby. Oh, wow. 19.
Okay, with a 19, as you said, rejoin me in death, you realize it did not come. It did not do as it was bid. There is something here that its primary essence is attached to, and that it uses to prolong and keep its undead life and to stave off actual death.
I can help. Just gotta ask.
No, stop.
Stop metagaming.
And
I already
you-
intended to do what I would, but
What's required?
and you know that it's not there.
So it's not with me yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we are now out of combat order. I know that we're also so past time for a lot of us. We went a little late, so we can pick up here again unless people feel like they want to stretch, but I feel like it's probably super late for all of us. Brains getting toast. All right. Thank you all very much for joining us. We really enjoyed having you here. We look forward to seeing you next week.
Hey!
Same bat time, same bat channel, except I'm not sure I'm allowed to say bat. But thank you for sticking around for an extra long session. We will wrap up the Lish stuff next week. Thank you all.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Happy
Year!
New Year!
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
bye.